who could trade for, particularly for Vadim Krasikov. This is exactly what happened. I think that the exchange yesterday exposes for the whole world to see the fact that Putin is very willing to take Westerners in order to achieve his political goals.
Right, it's being described as the biggest prisoner exchange since the Cold War era, but also a big coup for President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, isn't it? It's been a very elaborate multi-country exchange and something that he has described as a feat of diplomacy, which it really is, because it required a lot of convincing of other countries.
It did involve 6 countries at the end of the day. There were Russian spies being held in Norway and Poland who were involved. Of course, the Germans were absolutely instrumental in making this happen since they were at the center of this. The Germans also helped secure the release of all of those Russian political prisoners, some of Navalny's associates, other people who had been imprisoned for terrible crimes they didn't commit, for treason, for opposing the war. So it was the stars aligned on a lot of fronts to free a whole lot of people who never should have been in jail.
That's right, but controversially, as you mentioned, one of the prisoners released from Germany, Vadim Krasikov, and that is the person Vladimir Putin was very keen on, that was non-negotiable. He wanted him released, and he's somebody who was arrested in 2019 for shooting dead a Chechen exile in broad daylight in Berlin.
That's right. It's, that's a hard one to swallow. Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, said yesterday effectively that, there was a larger goal there, and he achieved it in securing the release of people, again, these political prisoners who were behind bars probably for the rest of their lives in Russia. It's a brutal, brutal calculus. This is a brutal game that Putin is playing. To be clear, it's Putin that initiated this game. It's not Germany or the US or Poland or Norway. These Western countries were caught up in this hostage diplomacy that somebody like Putin is all too willing to play.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, it's being said that, yes, Russia initiated it, but it came at a very good time for, President Biden and Kamala Harris.
For sure. I mean, this is a very, very good day for them. I mean, there's nothing like seeing imprisoned Americans come home. Biden has managed to bring home more Americans detained wrongfully overseas than I think any other administration, if I'm correct in that. This is, it comes at a good time for him, certainly in the campaign. I think you could see it in his face and how gratified he was to stand in front of the podium yesterday with the family members of all the people who've been released, the Americans who've been released, and to actually greet them, go to Andrews Air Force Base there and actually greet them coming off the plane. It's a big deal for him.
Right. And finally, larger picture, what does this mean for relations between Russia and the West, which have been strained since the, war in Ukraine, or will this have any effect at all?
I think it's very difficult to say whether this could be a confidence building measure or this could be something that the two sides could agree on. I think for the moment, it's a separate and very specific circumstance because, as I said, because of what Putin wanted to get this guy back from Germany. And obviously the Americans wanted to get the Americans back very badly. So, this back channel that exists that the Americans and the Russians have acknowledged that there are talks, there are connections and contacts between both sides. Can they be used for bigger Ukraine? I think it's very hard to see, and I think we just don't know right now.
All right. And finally, have you spoken to, or when are you planning to speak with Mr. Ivan Gershkovich?
I have not. Our editor-in-chief was there, and our foreign editor and the CEO of Dow Jones, or the mother company of the Wall Street Journal, were all at the base. I managed to give him a massive hug and speak with him. I think that they're in San Antonio now with him, but I trust I will get to speak to him at some point, and I can't wait to talk to him.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Walsh, for speaking to us, and congratulations again. A very, very happy day for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. News now from Karnataka, where a Pad Yatra has been announced by the BJP to target the Congress government and Chief Minister Sitharaman over the alleged Muda scam and this Andolan. And however, the Congress has announced its own counter to this Pad Yatra, a Jan Andolan, which will take place from Birdi, and it will reach Mysore on the 9th, and to reach all the major destinations of the BJP Yatra a day before the BJP JDS Yatra starts tomorrow. So it's Yatra, Pad Yatra versus a bike rally, as the BJP and JDS will take out that Pad Yatra against the alleged irregularities in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, in which it's alleged that Chief Minister Siddaramaya's wife was the beneficiary. All right, let's get you all the latest from the Olympics. And shooting star Sarabjot is back in India, and he got a bronze for India, and we managed to catch up with him. He said he's very happy, of course, with his victory, and he also credited his parents for his success.
Thank you. Joining us, the man of the moment, we will talk to Sarabjot first, because the whole country knows he has brought a lot of laurels for the country. So Sarabjot ji, सबसे पहले NDTV की तरफ से बहुत-बहुत congratulations. तो क्या लगता है कि कितने सालों की मेहनत, क्योंकि राणा जी ने भी बहुत गाइड किया, तो आज क्या फील क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि गांव में आए हो, देखा है कि लगातार लोगों ने ग्रेट वेलकम किया है, पेरेंट्स का भी किया है, एक रिकॉग्नाइजेशन में मिली है, तो कैसे देख रहे हैं?
काफ़ी अच्छा लगा सर, जब एयरपोर्ट पे काफ़ी इतना मतलब अच्छा वेलकम किया, और स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के साथ हमारी बातचीत भी हुई। कांग्रेस सभी जो एथलीट्स, एयर राइफल, एयर पिस्टल टीम आई थी, सभी को कांग्रेट्स और अगले मैचेस के लिए ऑल द बेस्ट। और काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है जब मतलब मैं घर पे आया तब, और इतना अच्छा वेलकम, बाकी
तो कहते हैं कि सरबजोत यहाँ से जाता था, अम्बाला में जाता था, कभी साइकिल पे जाता था, कभी बाइक पे जाता था, कभी बस पे जाता था, तो क्या लगता है कि जो वो स्ट्रगल की, आज लगता है कि वो स्ट्रगल नहीं थी, पार्ट ऑफ अचीवमेंट थी?
ऑब्वियसली सर, ये पार्ट ऑफ अचीवमेंट ही होते हैं हर एक स्ट्रगल, और काफ़ी मतलब वो अगर फ्लैशबैक भी करूँ तो वो काफ़ी उसमें फ़न भी किया मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा उस चीज़ में भी, कि लाइक हम बाइक पे जाते थे, वहाँ पे अंकल की दुकान पे खड़ाई हमने, वहाँ से बस ली, फिर रात को वापस आते थे, तो वो सारा कुछ काफ़ी अच्छे मोमेंट थे सारे।
सो सबसे बड़ा बात यह है कि आपको जब चल रहा था कंपटीशन, तो क्या चैलेंज लग रहा था अपने मन में, क्या चल रहा था, क्या चैलेंज लग रहा था?
नहीं, चैलेंज कुछ नहीं था सर वहाँ पे, बस मैंने इतना लेके चला था जब मैं रूम से निकला कि बस अपना बेस्ट देना है मैंने, अगर कोई भी मैच हो सिर्फ अपना बेस्ट देना है।
तो क्या जैसे कोच साहब ने सिखाया, स्ट्रेटजी अमेंड भी करनी पड़ती है कि जहाँ एक स्ट्रेटजी को फॉलो करके ही अचीवमेंट हो जाती है?
एक स्ट्रेटजी को ही लेके चलना पड़ता है पूरे मैच में, मतलब काफ़ी कई बार छूट भी जाती है वो चीज़, बट उसको दोबारा फिर रिपीट करना पड़ता है।
तो पूरे एरिया में हम देख रहे हैं सुबह के लोग आपको मिलने आ रहे हैं, सेल्फीज़ हो रही है, तो आज कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि पेरेंट्स ने भी जो हमारे लिए जो कुछ भी किया उसका आज रिकॉग्नाइजेशन डे है।
सच में सर, मतलब एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाता वो चीज़, एंड कि इतना अच्छा स्पोर्ट उनकी तरफ से रहा है, और आज उन्हीं का रिजल्ट है वो चीज़।
तो क्रेडिट किसको देना चाहते हो, क्योंकि मेडल मिलता है, किसी को तो क्रेडिट होता है, कोच साहब तो है ही है साथ में, पेरेंट्स में किसको क्रेडिट देना चाहते हैं?
वो साहब के साइड में बैठे हैं दोनों, उन्हीं को क्रेडिट करूँगा।
दोनों मदर फादर दोनों को।
National pistol shooting coach Samaresh Jung, who guided Manu Bhaker and Sarabjot Singh to the bronze medals at the Paris Olympics, returned home to some disheartening news that his house and locality are scheduled for demolition in 2 days' time. Jung, an Olympian, was given the notice along with other residents of the Khyber Pass locality in the civil lines area of the national capital. The notice was issued by the Land and Development Office of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which claimed that the land on which the Khyber Pass colony is located belongs to the Ministry of Defence and is therefore illegal. NDTV's Ghazali spoke to Samaresh Jung.
First of all, just tell me that you are, tell our viewers that you are the coach of the Indian national pistol shooting team, right? And you were in Paris just a couple of days ago. When did you come back from there?
Actually, last evening I came back. I reached here around 5 o'clock, and around 6 o'clock there was an announcement that this thing will be demolished on the next day, that is tomorrow, by 3 a.m. in the morning. So we need to vacate it.
So while you were in Paris with the team, perhaps the announcement was made by the Land and Development Office over here कि vacate this place in next 2 days.
They put up a notice in the other part of the locality. I just mentioned 32 acres. It was basically meant for, it says for squatters, illegal and squatters. So now the thing is, I have been staying here, my family has been staying here for past 75 years, and we have been paying rent, we have been paying taxes and everything. So I don't understand how we became squatters.
Now, returning to the story of the shocking neglect of mentally ill, multiple deaths took place at a shelter home in Delhi, and now the Delhi government is under fire. There have been 27 people who died since January at Asha Kiran, a facility for the mentally challenged. 14 deaths have taken place in July alone. And after this report came out, the Delhi government has now ordered a probe into the matter, and Delhi Minister Atishi has said that no one will be spared, though she seemed to suggest that it was that many of those who died had comorbidities, and that could be to blame for the number of deaths that took place. But NCW Chief Rekha Sharma also visited. Remember, it's now become a political story, and the NCW Chief visited the center, and she claimed that it's negligence and that there was contaminated water and food that they were given, and many of them were suffering from diarrhea that led to their deaths. Let's just listen into what the State Minister had to say.
इन डेथ्स में इंक्वायर करने के लिए जैसे ही ये खबर आई, तुरंत एक मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इंस्टीट्यूट कर दी गई है। 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट, जो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी है उसकी डेडलाइन दी गई है। अगर इस मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी में किसी भी अफसर की, चाहे वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो, चाहे वो नर्स हो, चाहे वो केयर गिवर हो, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हो, अगर किसी भी अफसर की लापरवाही निकलती है तो उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करी जाएगी।
जो यहाँ पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर अपॉइंटेड है वो उनके पास एडिशनल चार्ज है, तो हफ्ते में वो केवल एक बार आ सकते हैं। एंट्री और आउटसाइड जाने के लिए कोई रजिस्टर प्रॉपर्ली मेंटेन नहीं है। कौन अंदर जाता है, कौन बाहर आता है, उसमें लिखा ही नहीं हुआ रजिस्टर में। कोई बायोमेट्रिक अटेंडेंस नहीं है। जो लोग रखे हुए हैं, जिनको ये दीदी कहते हैं या जो भी ध्यान रखती हैं, दे आर नॉट ट्रेन्ड प्रॉपर्ली। उनको बस नौकरी पे रख लिया गया है और नौकरी पे ट्रेनिंग होती है, जबकि बच्चों को स्पेशल अटेंशन की जरूरत है, महिलाओं को स्पेशल अटेंशन की जरूरत है क्योंकि वो मेंटली चैलेंज्ड हैं।
All right, so a blame game and politics also over the deaths that took place at this Asha Kiran Center. In other news, the Delhi High Court today slammed the police and MCD over the drowning of 3 civil services aspirants in the basement of a coaching center in Rajendra Nagar, and also ordered a CBI probe into the matter and said it must be a time-bound probe. The court also, in a jibe at the Delhi police, said it's a matter of great relief that the cops have not challaned the water flowing in the drain. The court also questioned why no action had been taken against an MCD official and that no one had been arrested. So both the MCD and the Delhi police were in the firing line of the Delhi High Court, and now a CBI probe has been ordered into this matter. Let's go across to Ishika now for more. And Ishika, some very strong words, the Delhi High Court had questioning why have, questioning the MCD, why no officials had been sacked till now, questioning the Delhi police as well. And now the CBI will investigate this entire matter.
Well, yes, Gargi, as you rightly pointed out today, in fact, the Delhi High Court again pulled up the MCD regarding, the action that has been taken against the officers responsible for the entire tragedy, and also, in fact, made the observation that there is no respect of law in MCD. They also, in fact, today questioned the investigation that has been done so far by the Delhi police in this entire matter. Today, the Delhi High Court, in fact, asked the Delhi police as to who were those officers of the MCD who were called for questioning by the Delhi police, and also, in fact, why didn't Delhi police go through all the files of the MCD regarding this case. So now, in fact, the order has been passed by the Delhi High Court, and the Delhi High Court, in fact, now has decided to transfer this entire investigation to the Central Bureau of Investigation, and so that, the entire investigation is done in a time-bound manner. Not just that, today the High Court has also in fact ordered the Municipal Commissioner to make sure that the drainage system in that area is cleared so that it operates in its full capacity, and also the illegal encroachments are removed from now on. Now let me also tell you that while pronouncing the order, in fact the court also made a very strong observation and said that the court is of view that one needs to look at the bigger picture, as there is far more fundamental problem in the city of Delhi. Physical, financial and administrative infrastructure are all outdated in requirements with the present day scenario, and thus the entire infrastructure needs to be relooked. Not just that, today in fact the court also in fact commented on the civic agencies passing the buck on each other over this entire matter. In fact, the court also saying here that the court would not be wrong in concluding that the civic agencies in Delhi have no funds to carry out major infrastructure. Also going on to say that till date, the court has not been informed of any structural reforms by the civic authorities to deal with unauthorized construction. So certainly today, the court coming down heavily on the civic bodies and also the Delhi police, and then transferring the entire probe to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Over to you.
Right, absolutely, Ishika. It seemed, the High Court was furious over this entire matter, and, some really tough questions for both the MCD and the Delhi police in equal measure being questioned. And now finally the CBI is going to investigate the entire matter. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with all the latest developments there. With that, it's time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Sarabjot Singh, who won a bronze medal at the Olympics, felicitated by the union government.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India.
In the Delhi coaching centre deaths, the High Court slams the MCD and the police. The Delhi High Court orders a CBI investigation into the case. High Court says, why are senior officials not yet sacked? In strong remarks, the High Court says, merciful, you didn't chalan the water. The Delhi government in the dock over shelter homes deaths. Multiple deaths at home for the mentally ill. The Delhi government orders a probe into the Asha Kiran facility case. The death toll mounts in Wayanad. Nearly 300 people dead in Kerala's worst ever natural disaster. NDTV reports from the ground. The army bridge has now been constructed in record time. Rescue operations underway, and the bridge will now expedite the rescue operations. The army says, we are trying to bring access to the village for rescue work. A key hearing over the electoral bonds case. Petition for an SIT probe over alleged quid pro quo. The Chief Justice of India says, let the normal course follow. We cannot have an open-ended investigation. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story this evening, well, a shocking neglect of the mentally ill in the national capital. At a key mental health center here in the national capital,
at least 13 people have died just in the month of July. Well, now an inquiry has been ordered by the Delhi government, but as per preliminary reports, it's malnutrition that seems to be the primary cause behind the deaths of these 13 patients who were admitted to this Asha Kiran facility here in Delhi. The Delhi government, of course, has a lot to answer given the fact that there are questions on the condition of this home for the mentally ill. As we've reported from the ground as well, there wasn't basic facilities which were available to the patients admitted here, and malnutrition is the primary cause of this. An inquiry has been ordered. Listen in to what the Delhi minister had to say, and also the chief of the National Commission for Women who has hit out at the Delhi government.
वायर करने के लिए जैसे ही ये खबर आई, तुरंत एक मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इंस्टीट्यूट कर दी गई है। 24 घंटे के अंदर प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट जो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी है उसकी डेडलाइन दी गई है। अगर इस मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी में किसी भी अफसर की, चाहे वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो, चाहे वो नर्स हो, चाहे वो केयर गिवर हो, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हो, अगर किसी भी अफसर की लापरवाही निकलती है तो उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करी जाएगी।
जो यहाँ पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर अपॉइंटेड है वो उनके पास एडिशनल चार्ज है, तो हफ्ते में वो केवल एक बार आ सकते हैं। एंट्री और आउटसाइड जाने के लिए कोई रजिस्टर प्रॉपर्ली मेंटेन नहीं है। कौन अंदर जाता है, कौन बाहर आता है, उसमें लिखा ही नहीं हुआ रजिस्टर में। कोई बायोमेट्रिक अटेंडेंस नहीं है। जो लोग रखे हुए हैं, जिनको ये दीदी कहते हैं या जो भी ध्यान रखती हैं, दे आर नॉट ट्रेन्ड प्रॉपर्ली। उनको बस नौकरी पे रख लिया गया है और नौकरी पे ट्रेनिंग होती है, जबकि बच्चों को स्पेशल अटेंशन की जरूरत है, महिलाओं को स्पेशल अटेंशन की जरूरत है क्योंकि वो मेंटली चैलेंज्ड हैं।
And my colleague Mohammed Ghazali is now joining us from outside that Asha Kiran facility here. So Ghazali, what is the sense that you get from the ground? Because as per preliminary reports, malnutrition seems to be the primary cause of the deaths.
See, till we get the autopsy reports of everyone who has died in this month, or say in the month of July, we can't ascertain the exact reason of the death. But the kind of irregularities being reported or being quoted by Rekha Sharma, who visited here a short while back and came out saying that perhaps this shelter home has a capacity for 500 people, but around 1,000 people were being put here. And out of that, 250 was the capacity for women patients, but 495 women were housed here. And besides that, the washroom or say the toilet facility was there for 50 people, but around 100 people were using that. So she's perhaps said that this is a big criminal negligence of the authorities under whom this is being run, like the Delhi government. And we have, for the last few hours since this story broke, we have only seen a war of words, claims versus counter claims. You heard Atishi saying that she will take action, whosoever is responsible for that. But the CMO who monitors or who supervises this shelter home has also been quoted saying that he had written multiple letters in the past raising these issues with the concerned authorities, but he didn't receive any response or reply from anyone. Now, there are also claims of Jaanch ki jayegi, or the probe will be done. The Delhi government's minister, Atishi, you heard, she said a probe will be ordered. Rekha Sharma, who visited here, the NCW chief, she said she'll ask the central government to hold a probe in this entire issue. But as of now, Swati Maliwal, she is inside. Besides her, no representative of the Delhi government has visited here, and she has been there for the last half an hour. So once she comes out, we will find out more details about the condition of this shelter home. The sad fact is that this shelter home is for everyone, men, women, children of all age, and out of the 14 deaths, if you include a death of a minor, what we are being told is that since January, the average death of this shelter home is 3 per month. So that certainly shows the kind of negligence under which this entire shelter home has been running for the last multiple years.
Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with that update. Glaring lapses there, as Ghazali is reporting, multiple irregularities coming to light as well. who is to blame? That is a big question. And as Ghazali is pointing out, importantly, no representative of the Delhi government has visited this facility yet since the story broke. Joining me on the broadcast this evening, Alok Vats of the BJP, and Huda Zariwala, who's an AAP supporter, is also with us. But Alok Vats, going across to you first, every single day, some civic disaster or the other here in the national capital. But this is a shocking neglect of the mentally ill. 13 deaths in just 1 month. In fact, what our reporter has also pointed out is that the average death rate here is almost 3 deaths per month. Isn't that shocking? Mr. Vats, if you can hear me.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm saying this is shocking neglect of the mentally ill. 3 deaths per month and no facilities available here. 13 deaths in 1 month alone. Who is to blame for this?
Let me tell you, Vedant, from what we have gathered about this Asha Kiran shelter in Rohini, these people, these men, women and children who are there lodged, it is a cold-blooded murder. You see, there has been reports of malnutrition, not feeding them properly. Drinking water was also of a very bad quality, as we gather from the report. And also, the toilet and other facilities were also very, very poor. So the entire staff there, the CMO and the workfolk, they did not bother to cater to their needs, and they were just simply left Bhagwan Bharose, God's willing. And there have been 20 deaths, 14 deaths in 20 days, and altogether 27 deaths since January. So this shelter home was very, very poorly run. Nobody cared about these people, and they have been ordered. There will be more deaths if it continues like this.
Yes.
It's like a slaughterhouse. It's like a slaughterhouse. And obviously, the Delhi government never cared or bothered to see anything, what is happening there. As the reports are coming, that CMO says that he has written many letters regarding this, but nobody cares to come and see what is happening.
Okay.
So the Delhi government is fully responsible for what has happened there.
Huda Zariwala, an Aam Aadmi Party supporter, is with us. Huda Zariwala, I mean, there are no two ways about it, that this is a shocking neglect of the mentally ill. I mean, your minister said that many of them had comorbidities. Is it in a sense underplaying the glaring lapses that have emerged from, this mental health facility?
It is obviously a very unfortunate incident. The Delhi minister is going to conduct a thorough judicial probe, judicial inquiry into it. The integrated disease surveillance program has taken water samples. They will be giving the Delhi government a report about it, confirming if there were, in fact, water contamination. Also, the investigation, from the allegations of outside food being provided will be taken into cognizance. The post-mortem report will be taken, and once, signs of food poisoning has been established.
Huda Zariwala, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, because, why is it that we always have, these, magistrated inquiry ordered after there are deaths being reported? Why no preemptive measure, whether it was a coaching center deaths or whether the deaths here at this mental health facility? Why no preemptive measures ever?
Well, the deaths of the old Rajendra Nagar facility also are under sort of investigation. All the institutes which were being run in the basements are sealed for now. We have seen the video which has clearly shown that the Delhi ministers were in fact trying to get the work done, but the chief secretary and the other bureaucrats were not cooperating in that case. So that is again a completely different matter, albeit we have lost lives over there as well.
Many would say that that is an inane response there, but thanks very much Alok Vats and Huda Zariwala for being with us this evening. Absolutely unfortunate there. 13 people, patients who were admitted to this mental health facility have died in a tragic death. The exact cause of the death is yet to be ascertained. Of course, that will be clear only after the autopsy report is out. But moving now to the other big headline, where the Delhi High Court coming down heavily on the MCD as well as the Delhi police as far as the Delhi coaching center deaths are concerned. Well, the Delhi High Court has said that the probe cannot proceed in a sluggish manner, and there has to be strict action that needs to be taken against the senior officials. Now, in a significant development, the Delhi High Court has also ordered an investigation by the CBI. Now, this is a crucial development in this case because now the probe has been taken over by the CBI. Remains to be seen whether this actually satisfies the protesting students, but absolutely tragic. Their 3 young aspirants had died after drowning. My colleague Ishika Verma with the latest.
As you rightly mentioned today, in fact, in the hearing in High Court, certainly came down heavily on the MCD and also on the investigation that has been done by Delhi police so far in this entire matter. First of all, they asked the MCD, in fact, as to what action was taken against the officers, and in fact, court also observed that there was no respect of law in the MCD. Now, questioning the Delhi police investigation, the court in fact asked as to who are those MCD officers, whom the Delhi police had questioned so far, and why didn't the Delhi police go to the MCD office and check the files of the MCD regarding this particular tragedy. Now, after that, certainly the order has now come and the entire probe has now been handed over to CBI to do the entire investigation in a time-bound manner. Now, not just that, let me also tell you today the High Court in fact has also directed the Municipal Commissioner to ensure that the drains in that particular area are working to the full capacity, and also the encroachments in that area should be removed from now here on. Also, let me tell you that the very important and in fact strong observations that came from the court is that the administrative, the financial and the physical infrastructure of the national capital needs to be relooked, because as in comparison with the present day scenario, it certainly is outdated. Now, the court also said that the recent tragedies have shown that the court directions are not followed in the letter or spirit by the civic agencies. So certainly the MCD being pulled up by the court in this entire matter.
All right, looking at the other big headline now, well, the Wayanad landslides and the political fallout. Well, Home Minister Amit Shah had earlier said that as far as the Wayanad landslides were concerned, they could have been totally averted, given the fact that a warning was given to the state of Kerala 7 days in advance. This is what the Home Minister had claimed on the floor of the House and Parliament. And now the Congress party has moved a privileges motion against Home Minister Amit Shah, challenging this. In fact, earlier we saw the left parties as well as the Congress saying that this is not the time for politics, and that the centre is trying to politicize the issue there. But now the Congress moving a privileges motion there. My colleague Aishwarya is now joining us live on the phone line. So Aishwarya, this had created a huge political furor earlier when Home Minister Amit Shah said that an advance warning was given to the state of Kerala, but now the Congress party moving a privileges motion.
Well, certainly it is Jairam Ramesh of the Congress party, who is the chief whip for the Indian National Congress in Rajya Sabha, had now submitted a privilege complaint against Home Minister Amit Shah under Rule 187, stating that Amit Shah had given wrong facts and had stated and earlier had stated in the Rajya Sabha that there was early warning system that was given to the Kerala state government, which is factually wrong according to the Congress party. Jairam Ramesh has stated that in one of the media outlets, it has been fact-checked about the early warning system that had been given by the Ministry of Home Affairs to the Kerala state government, which is, according to the fact-check, is wrong, and misrepresenting the facts is something that amounts to privilege in the upper house of the parliament, and therefore the reason perhaps a privilege complaint had been submitted by Jairam Ramesh and undersigned by Pramod Tiwari as well. Now remember, Home Minister Amit Shah categorically has stated in the Rajya Sabha that there were multiple warnings of the early warning system that was given to the Kerala state government, which was thoroughly ignored. And it was due to that there was no action taken by the Kerala state government. It was also stated by Amit Shah earlier in his speech that rupees 2,000 crores were spent by the Modi government in the early warning system, and there were several questions that the opposition parties have raised about this warning system of the government of India, which according to the government is under question, and this is wrong. And therefore the reason perhaps now Jairam Ramesh has submitted this privilege complaint against Home Minister to the Rajya Sabha chairperson. Now whether this will be accepted by him or not is this something remains to be seen.
Right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there as to the political face-off over the Wayanad landslides. But what is the situation on the ground? Well, the situation remains grim as the death toll continues to mount. Nearly 300 people have died in Wayanad after Kerala's worst ever natural disaster. Rescue operations are underway, but now a crucial bridge has been constructed by the army as well that will facilitate the rescue operations. My colleague Pratibha has been reporting on the ground since the news of the landslide broke, and she sent us this report.
This is the place where the bridge collapsed, Chural Mala that it's called. And that's where Mundakai is, and from Mundakai the landslide happens in a span of 4 hours. 3 landslides concurrently takes place, falls into this particular place called Chural Mala, collapsing the entire bridge, removing accessibility from the town area to the neighboring villages as well as several of those towns that are now washed away. A life that once was. That is exactly the remnants of it that you find here. The boulders, several boulders of it, the flash floods destroying all of them. One needs to manually remove it, but with the help of JCBs and earth moving equipment that have been brought in with the help of this bridge, accessibility has been established. There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here. But still, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, and this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews, so thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of relief material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yes.
So the situation also, there remains grim in Wayanad. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
A rousing welcome for Sarabjot as he also meets Union Minister Mansukh Mandavia. This after he bags the bronze medal at the Paris Olympics.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan.
We are here on the 190-feet lottery, and this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews. So thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of released material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yes. Also, with respect to this bridge, what are the other kind of arrangements that are being done? Because is there still hope that people would have survived this tragedy?
Yes, there is hope. There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them. In addition to that, we are going to search for bodies, unfortunately.
Also, so far, what has been the death toll, sir? Any idea how many bodies that you covered?
Death toll will be given by the district administration. I won't be able to give the exact death toll, but I can only say that the Indian Army, along with joint teams, have taken out more than 120 dead bodies from this area. But it is much more. It's much more than that. Actual toll is much more because we are not counting the other.
Right. Also, how deep do you think they would have been lying buried? Because, I mean, what is the kind of assessment that you have done?
It is very difficult to say because the mud has gone up even 20 feet, 30 feet. It has even gone up to the second floor of houses. So it is very difficult to say how deep the bodies would be buried. They could be very deep underneath. So far, unless we have found them.
Are there any other strategies that are also being deployed, sir?
Yes, we are looking at deploying radar equipment. We are looking at, we already have our sniffer dogs here. They are helping us find. So all of this, and then of course the JCBs, etc. are being employed. We are continuously improvising and moving equipment to find.
I'm also told that there are thermal scanners that are being used. Do you think that is also going to be effective in nature?
Thermal scanners will be used. Of course, we cannot find a dead body with a thermal scanner because it doesn't emit heat. However, thermal scanners also would be used if it is available with the NDRF as of now. And there are some organizations which are getting their own equipment as well. Any equipment that helps us would be used.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the Major General talking to us about the benefit that this bridge would offer in terms of reaching out to several of those people in the far-flung areas. Especially as we are speaking, you can see an ambulance that is making use of this bridge. In fact, this bridge is capable of carrying around 24 feet is what we are hearing. And it becomes extremely beneficial for the JCBs as well as other earth-moving equipment to pass through this bridge. In fact, you can see that there are TVs that work here outside to try and see if they could remove all the mud as well as the silt and recover, which will also help recovering bodies. And that is the message that the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams are giving to us at this point in time. So this is the rescue operation that is happening at this point in time. To give you a brief picture on the number of dead bodies that have already been recovered, the death toll now stands at around 295. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
Is the Middle East staring at a full-blown conflict, and what are India's options in it? After Palestine, it's now Ukraine. Is China filling the vacuum left by the US to act as a mediator? Monetary policy overload. From Japan to US to UK, central banks will determine money flows. What happens to emerging markets like India?
All this and more on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV. Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, a show that gets you all that matters from the world of global politics, economics and technology through the lens of India. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Let's get started with headlines. Tensions in West Asia continue after Iran vows to retaliate after Israel assassinated the political chief of Hezbollah and the military chief of Hamas. The region remains tense, oil prices spike. How will this impact India, and will this affect New Delhi's fine balancing act in the region? It's the week of biggest monetary policy overload for global investors. Bank of England cut rates. US Fed has announced plans to cut rates from September. Will emerging markets like India be the biggest beneficiary of global capital inflows? Indian equity markets hit record highs as investors look to regions that offer better returns. Is the US receding its geopolitical space and getting consumed with its domestic political cycle? From Palestine to Ukraine, China is now getting into global conflicts as a mediator. What does this mean for the world, and how will this change China's existing conflicts with other nations?
India aims to address increasing climate disasters and calamities with a new legislation. The bill envisages separate disaster management authority to be created for state capitals and cities, along with a comprehensive disaster database that will improve response and reduce damage. And India and Vietnam signed 6 MOUs and have adopted an action plan to broad-based cooperation and ensure rules-based Indo-Pacific. Vietnamese Prime Minister was on a bilateral visit to India. New Delhi has also extended a $300 million credit line to Vietnam for enhancing maritime security. The big story this week, the tensions in the Middle East that could possibly flare up. Now, how does this affect India? Just how significant is this region for us? And how big a player is India in the Middle East? And most importantly, will this affect India's fine diplomatic balance? Middle East is the world's most polarized, most bifurcated region. Tensions have been escalating, and it could escalate further between Israel and Iran in recent days after Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh's assassination. Before we go any further, let's listen in to the voices that matter. First, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and then a response from Iranian Speaker of Parliament.
לאחר שחיסלנו שלשום את רמטכ"ל חיזבאללה, מוחסן, היום הגיע העימות הסופי לחיסולו של רמטכ"ל חמאס, מוחמד דף. דף היה אחראי לטבח הנורא של ה-7 באוקטובר, וגם לפיגועים רצחניים רבים נגד אזרחי ישראל. הוא היה מבוקש מספר אחד של ישראל במשך שנים, והחיסול שלו מקבע עיקרון פשוט שקבענו. מי שפוגע בנו, אנחנו פוגעים בו.
دوران بزن و در رو تمام شده. این رو ما در عمل نشان داده ایم. ما حواسمون هست، میدانیم که همه این مسئولیت ها و این حوادث به عهده آمریکای جنایتکار هست. هیچ اتفاقی بدون هماهنگی و بدون حمایت آمریکای جنایتکار اتفاق نمیفته.
Now, in this region, India has been very successful in building bridges with rival countries. Now, historically, Middle East has been a source of oil imports for India. It contributes a large chunk of our foreign remittances, but there's a lot more to this than just that. India now has a very diversified economic exchange with several countries, deep security cooperation with most players, in fact, all of them. First is the diplomatic initiatives it's forged, like the I2U2, Israel-India-US-UAE partnership, and the India-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. Both provide significant strategic and economic depth to India in this region. Though they are still in their initial stages, they could actually become very significant. I2U2 could become a possible quad for the region. IMEEC, which is the corridor, has the potential to become a major investment vehicle like the Belt and Road, but without its debt trappings. Now, add to this the increased economic engagements that India has in the region with UAE, Qatar, and several others. Then there are the combined exercises, the air, naval, army exercises with the Emirates, with Oman. Then there are multilateral naval exercises with Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. And what one gets together is a very deep strategic engagement with all players in the Middle East. And the earlier piecemeal approach towards approaching every country with a specific agenda has now been replaced with a much more strategic push. India has also been at the forefront of tackling some of the biggest threats in this region, whether it's the Somalian pirates in the Gulf of Aden or the Houthi rebels that attack commercial shipping lines in the Red Sea. India is not a fringe player in the Middle East. It has successfully navigated the complex geopolitical and geo-religious landscape of this entire region. One where we've displayed our strategic autonomy, we've charted our independent path, we haven't aligned with any particular country, forged deep ties with rival countries, Shia major Iran, and invested heavily in its arch rival, which is Israel, by building and forging defense relationships. But the escalation of the present conflict could affect some of this strategic calculus, like the Chabahar port in Iran, the North-South connectivity project, all of which are very vulnerable to the rise in tensions, which is a likelihood if America comes out in support of Israel. Remember, Iran's cozying up to Pakistan is a message to New Delhi that its cold shoulder to SCO is not going unnoticed. All parties in the Middle East are likely to harden their positions, adopt belligerent postures. And if the present tensions continue, it could impact, as I said, India's fine balancing act, which has allowed New Delhi to not fit into any silos till now. But this could change. Just how much is really the key question. In fact, to talk more on this, we have the first top voice on the show. It's almost a certainty that Iran will retaliate to the assassination of the Hamas military chief and the Hezbollah political chief. It's embarrassing, in fact, for the new Iranian president, Mohammad Pezeshkian, and the supreme leader that it happened at the time of his swearing in when the world was watching. But how significant will the impact be? Could this start a chain reaction for all powers? And is this going to put New Delhi in a bind in terms of affecting its fine balancing act in the region, which it has so successfully navigated? That's exactly what I've asked to the first top voice on the show, Sharon Haskell, who's a member of Parliament of Israel. Ms. Haskell, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV. My first question, ma'am, as things stand right now, there is a real possibility that this tension will escalate. What measures is Israel taking to ensure that this remains contained? You don't want a full-blown war, do you?
Well, unfortunately, this is not up to Israel. I mean, you need to understand, for the last 9 months, we were attacked, and we are attacked almost on a daily basis from 5 different fronts. Okay, there's Hamas who's attacking Israel, Hezbollah, the army of Iran from the north attacking us, the army of Iran in Syria and Iraq is attacking us, the army of Iran in Yemen, the Houthis, is attacking us, and Iran is attacking us directly. So Israel has contained a lot where it shouldn't. People were murdered by that. But when you come and you butcher and massacre 12 children who they only wanted to go and play sport, they were playing soccer in the whole atmosphere of the Olympics. This is something that, you know, we cannot accept. This is a red line that cannot be crossed. And so we have retaliated with the person who is responsible for this attack, this monster who has thousands of innocent people blood on his hand. You need to understand, the person who was targeted, Fouad, in Beirut, he was a chief advisor, military advisor for Hezbollah, for Nasrallah. In '83, he had a key role in murdering 241 Americans. This is a monster, and this is the person who commanded the massacre of 12 innocent children and babies.
Right. So I'm not getting into the disproportionate or the proportionate retaliation bit, but the fact is that this is now going to lead Iran to also retaliate. Have you considered, or has Israel considered and evaluated the possibility that we are staring at possibly direct intervention by America, and that could mean escalation of a different kind altogether?
So Iran is attacking Israel since the 7th of October in 5 different fronts. We are ready for war. We are ready to defend our people, our children, and our land. And they should be aware of that. Now, Iran has already attacked directly Israel with hundreds of missiles and drones and ballistic missiles. Okay, try and imagine if India would have been attacked by hundreds of missiles and drones from Pakistan. How would the Indian government react to that? Now, this is a complete declaration of war by Iran, okay? This is the Iranian war that Israel is managing its front line in the last 9 months. But be certain, this is not Israel's war. This is a war of radical Islam against Western civilization. This is a war of those Islamists, Iran, which is not hiding its goal. They want Islamic dominancy worldwide, and that's why they are setting operations and armies with political influence all around the world. Israel is just the front line of Western civilization, people who love democracy, who yearn for freedom, for liberties, for women's rights, for equality. And that war was started by Iran. And we need to understand that this is the main perpetrator. They are the one directing, managing, funding, and in charge of giving those orders.
Sharon, before I ask you the next question, if Pakistan had attacked India, we would have retaliated in no uncertain measures. We defeated them earlier, we would have defeated them, if at all any such thing happened at all. Okay, but I want to ask you about the present conflict and also the fact that in America, both presidential candidates want a ceasefire, they want it immediately. Is Israel running out of time?
Absolutely not. The only people that are going to decide when this war is over is the Israeli people. And it will be when we can live here safely in security and peacefully. We are surrounded by murderous enemies who want for our destruction. And so, we are going to be the one who are going to determine when we were able to reach that point where we can live here safely, where my children can go to school and not be worried of being hit by a missile or being murdered by a terrorist. Now, the two presidential nominees, they both have the support of Israel, and they both understand that Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to exist. And in that kind of atmosphere, I think that not enough people really understand the close bond and friendship that we share with America. I mean, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's the only one that shares those values of freedom and equality and freedom of the press and freedom of speech and all of that. Women's rights. And so based on those mutual values and understanding how Iran is the biggest, destabilizing force, it's the biggest funder of terrorism here, they understand what's at stake. And so I know that no matter who's going to be elected, they're going to have our back. They are going to support us.
Sharon Haskell, appreciate you speaking to me on India Sense. As things stand right now, Air India has suspended its flights to Tel Aviv, explaining just how volatile and fluid the situation is and how immediately it could actually spark into something significant. On that note, we slip into a very short break. Lots more on the other side of India Sense. Stay with us.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
वो performance सही सारा नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you
the rules-based order. And what happens to conflicts where China itself is a party, like all its maritime neighbors in the Indo-Pacific? How does the world wrap around these questions and China as a possible mediator? On to Tech Tracker this week. Why is Bitcoin suddenly racing? Why does the future of the cryptocurrency depend on the political leanings and not about its fungibility? In fact, cryptocurrency is now completely wrapped around which way American politics will go from here, and that has financial implications for the world markets and global investors. Take a look at this report that tells you why politics will determine Bitcoin's present and future. All right, those on the left feel that Bitcoin needs to be regulated. Those on the right feel that this is something that is symptomatic of American enterprise. In fact, biggest Silicon Valley names like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel support Donald Trump because they support cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is the technological and political expression of what they believe in. It is backed by blockchain technology, which has everything to do with the tech innovation coming out of the West Coast and not from the Securities Exchange Commission. All right, it's time for the video of the week. Olympics 2024 is in the news for reasons other than sport. The opening ceremony was marred by a lot of questions, and now it's the boxing match between Angela Carini and trans athlete Iman Khalif, who's now caught in crosshairs about his or her gender and whether trans athletes should be competing against male and not female athletes. The video of the week raised a larger question. Take a look.
Solid straight right hand from Khalif there. Choosing to abandon the bout.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India."
Good evening. On this program, a two-part focus, the latest on the ground situation in Wayanad. More than 300 people have now perished in the tragedy. The armed forces continue to work through the day and night in their rescue operations. Also on the program, and that's coming up in about 15 minutes, the crisis in West Asia continues to intensify, with observers now increasingly convinced that it's a matter of time before Iran launches another massive missile barrage on Israel after the political head of Hamas was taken out in a blast in the heart of Tehran. But first, let's give you the very latest situation in Wayanad and also the headlines at this hour. The headlines: 308 people have been killed in Wayanad. NDTV's ground report from a key army bridge that's been constructed to get across to cut-off areas. The Delhi High Court orders a CBI probe into the death of 3 students who were killed when the basement of their centre got flooded in rainfall. Why have officials not been sacked, asks the court. Mercifully, you didn't chalan the water, they say. Multiple deaths have been reported at a shelter home for the mentally ill in Delhi. The Delhi government orders a probe in the Asha Kiran facility. In a key hearing on the electoral bonds case, the Supreme Court says there cannot be an open-ended investigation. Let the normal course follow. The court was looking at a petition which alleged a quid pro quo which existed. More than 300 people have been killed in Kerala's landslides. 200 people are still missing. Rescue operations continue to intensify, with the armed forces working around the clock to look for survivors and provide some sort of connectivity in the area. The army has constructed a Bailey bridge in double quick time, with the Navy and the Air Force continuing to airdrop provisions to people in distress and winch up those who are trapped. There have been miraculous stories of survival after so many days. 4 people were rescued today dramatically by the armed forces, but it's ensuring some sort of basic connectivity in the area which has been completely wiped out, which continues to be a real focus. I'm joined now by Sunita Narayan, who's been tracking all of the developments very, very closely. Sunita, it's been a couple of days since the disaster. It's really not over because, there are still lives out there and so many, who are still missing. But from a preliminary standpoint, is there any one reason which was directly responsible, in a sense, for the large number of lives which were lost?
Vishnu, I don't think there is any one reason that you can pinpoint. The fact is, we are now in an age of climate change. This is a high-risk time. On your screens itself, you can see that there has been a cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh where people have died. We know Kedarnath, Uttarakhand yesterday and this last week have had similar tragic deaths. And of course, what we saw in Kerala is heart-wrenching. I mean, there is absolutely nothing that you can see for the images that you see and the deaths that we know have occurred. The clear reason is that on one hand, we are mismanaging our environment. There is willful mismanagement of our environment. And this, if it had been okay in an earlier time, is completely un-okay today, because we are living in an age of climate change where we will see more extreme rain events. We will see more and more intensity and frequency of extreme weather. And in this high-risk time of climate change, let's be very clear, Vishnu, we can't afford to keep doing the kind of willful mismanagement that we have of our environment. I do not know whether in Wayanad, what was the reason, but I do know that over the Western Ghats, the fact is this is an ecologically fragile area. It is prone to landslides, which means more protection for the Western Ghats. More forests have to be protected. More efforts have to be made so that when we build keeping in mind the ecological fragility of the region.
In fact, that's my next question. Constructions. It's rampant. Nobody seems to care. Bylaws exist only on a piece of paper. They're never monitored.
I can't hear you, Vishnu.
Can you hear me now?
Vishnu, can't hear you.
All right, we'll come back to you in just a moment, but I'm just going to go across to these shots of what happened earlier on today. The Bailey Bridge been constructed by the army. I believe we can go back to Sunita. Sunita, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you know, absolutely.
So, no, you use the word building, and I just want to ask you about building norms. They just exist on a piece of paper, not just here in Wayanad, but across the country. Rampant construction of buildings in areas which are ecologically sensitive, how is that a prime cause for the large number of deaths?
So we don't know in the case of Wayanad, and please don't put words in my mouth. We do not know enough. We do know it's an ecologically fragile area where more protection will be needed in an age of climate change. As far as buildings are concerned, there is a Western Ghat notification, and you will be shocked to know, Vishnu, that this notification has the fifth draft notification was issued in 2022. A final notification for the Western Ghats has still not been issued. Under this notification, a large area of the Western Ghats would have been declared as ecologically sensitive. And as far as buildings are concerned, there would have been added checks on the buildings that were built in these regions in terms of size. But the bottom line, Vishnu, is that we have dismantled our environmental clearance systems. We have dismantled our systems to take careful decisions to balance environment and development. And all this, as I keep saying, would have been okay. I mean, fine, we do what we do. But today, in an age of climate change, it just is not okay. The IMD has just released data to tell us how very heavy rainfall has increased 4 times, doubled, in fact, in the last 5 years. Now, this means that every time it rains, you're going to see a huge downpour. And this is what we saw in Wayanad. In the place where the landslide started, in 24 hours, you saw over 200 millimeters of rainfall. Ecologically fragile area, already weak. You see this battering of rain and you get a landslide. And look at the images you have.
No, it's crazy, these images. It's tragic. But I think the point is, this is one tragedy which has taken place amidst so many which could take place. When we talk about climate change, we are seeing an increasing frequency of cyclones, a greater intensity of cyclones. We are seeing greater glacial melt. We are seeing landslides taking place. And torrential rainfall in so many areas and droughts simultaneously in other parts of our country. So, I mean, these are quantifiable, right? This is climate change, the worst of what we read about 10 years ago, which is now upon us, right?
Absolutely, Vishnu. I mean, the fact is, it is climate change. We put together this annual State of Extreme Weather Event report every year. And that shows that India has almost one extreme weather event a day across some region of the country or the other. But the point I also want to make, Vishnu, is that we should not just call it climate change, because if you call it climate change, there's a sort of fatalistic kind of approach to the whole thing to say, oh, it's climate change, what can we do?
It's upon us and we can do nothing. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's exactly the wrong attitude to have.
And that's exactly why I'm fighting this narrative, because when it rains too much in Delhi and you get the kind of floods that you saw just a few days ago, it's not just because of the extreme rain, which will happen because of climate change. That tips us over. The fact is, we are destroying our drainage system, destroying our lakes, destroying our forests, building where we should not, doing roads in ways that we are destroying more and more of the fragile ecosystems. This is what we have. This is man-made, Vishnu.
No,
do not let
okay, Sarita, I'm interrupting you now because we've got my colleague Pratibha who joins us from one of the worst hit areas. In fact, Pratibha, we've got the signal with you. Tell us where you are now. Give us an idea of the rescue efforts now. And the loss of life.
Well, in fact, the rescue efforts have just about are closed for the day, because we are talking of the lights not being there, and it would again resume tomorrow morning. But the bridge, in fact, has definitely been one of the most advantageous things that has happened as far as the rescue and relief efforts is concerned, because we are talking of the bridge that has provided accessibility to many of the far-flung areas, isolated sections where people have remained stranded there. You can see the rescue officials just completing their search operation there and heading back, and would be resuming operation again tomorrow. But we are talking of something that has happened, and it's been 4 days, and there is still hope among many of these rescue officials, telling me each time that we will be able to find some survivors there and we will continue this operation. On one hand, you have the thermal scanners that are being used to detect survivors. On the other, we have dog squads that are being used to sniff out cadavers, and earth-moving equipment that have been able to cross the bridge over and remove all the silt as well as the mud to find out if there are any kind of bodies that can be discovered, because many of them, remember, are lying deep underneath, at least to the depth of around 12 feet that we are talking of. So it is definitely going to be a Herculean task before this search operation really ends, and it is definitely going to take several days before normalcy returns at Wayanad. Back to you.
You had this report earlier on the day on the construction of this of a Bailey Bridge by the Army, providing important connectivity. A bridge connected in double quick time. Let's take a look.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, and this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews. So thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of relief material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yes. Also, with respect to this bridge, what are the other kind of arrangements that are being done? Because is there still hope that people would have survived this tragedy?
Yes, there is hope. There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them. In addition to that, we are going to search for bodies, unfortunately.
Also, so far, what has been the death toll, sir? Any idea how many bodies that you covered?
Death toll will be given by the district administration. I won't be able to give the exact death toll, but I can only say that the Indian Army, along with joint teams, have taken out more than 120 dead bodies from this area. But it is much more. It's much more than that. Actual toll is much more because we are not counting the other.
Right. Also, how deep do you think they would have been lying buried? Because, I mean, what is the kind of assessment that you have done?
It is very difficult to say, because the mud has gone up even 20 feet, 30 feet. It has even gone up to the second floor of houses. So it is very difficult to say how deep the bodies would be buried. They could be very deep underneath. So far, unless we have found them.
Are there any other strategies that are also being deployed, sir?
Yes, we are looking at deploying radar equipment. We are looking at, we already have our sniffer dogs here. They are helping us find. So all of this, and then of course the JCBs, etc. are being employed. We are continuously improvising and moving equipment to find.
I'm also told that there are thermal scanners that are being used. Do you think that is also going to be effective in nature?
Thermal scanners will be used. Of course, we cannot find a dead body with a thermal scanner because it doesn't emit heat. However, thermal scanners also would be used if it is available with the NDRF as of now. And there are some organizations which are getting their own equipment as well. Any equipment that helps us would be used.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the Major General talking to us about the benefit that this bridge would offer in terms of reaching out to several of those people in the far-flung areas. Especially as we are speaking, you can see an ambulance that is making use of this bridge. In fact, this bridge is capable of carrying around 4 feet is what we are hearing. And it becomes extremely beneficial for the JCBs as well as other earth-moving equipment to pass through this bridge. In fact, you can see that there are JCBs that work here outside to try and see if they could remove all the mud as well as the silt and recover, which will also help recovering bodies. And that is the message that the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams are giving to us at this point in time. So this is the rescue operation that is happening at this point in time. To give you a brief picture on the number of dead bodies that have already been recovered, the death toll now stands at around 295. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV.
Massive landslides have wreaked havoc in Kerala. God's own country needs our help. NDTV has started a donation drive to help our brothers and sisters in need. Join the NDTV campaign Care for Kerala and donate whatever you can. The details are on your screen. Namalku Namade Sahodra Marium Sahodra Kalayum Sahaikya.
Now to another one of our focal points on this program. Is Iran on the verge of attacking Israel with another massive missile attack after the assassination of the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran earlier this week? Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has publicly declared that they will retaliate, and now President Biden has said that the US will bolster Israel's defenses with US military deployments. Once again, the world is on the edge and the crisis in the Middle East appears to be getting out of control. Are we set to see, therefore, phase 2 of Iran's mostly unsuccessful missile strike on Israel anytime now? As I mentioned, Iran's Supreme Leader and the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah as well have vowed to respond. In the last week, Israel has hit 2 targets, an airstrike on a top Hezbollah leader in Beirut on Tuesday and the targeted hit on Hamas's political leader, Mr. Haniyeh. Reports suggest that US intelligence now believes that an Iranian attack is imperative, but could take a few days to prepare. Now, US forces, including warships and surface-to-air missile units and fighter jets in the region, will back Israel's massive air defense network, among the most advanced in the world. Israel could face coordinated attacks from Iran's proxies, Shia militias in Iraq, Houthis in Yemen, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Several leading airlines, including Air India, have suspended flights to Israel. Well, joining us now, Dr. Fouad Ezadi, Associate Professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. Dr. Ezadi, thank you very much for being with us. Does it appear almost inevitable now that Iran will retaliate within a finite period of time?
Yes, I don't think Iran has any choice. If there is no retaliation, this type of attacks will continue. Israelis are engaging in a genocide in Gaza, and they would like to see Tehran turn to another Gaza. And in order to prevent that, Iran, under the UN Charter, has the right to respond. When a country is attacked by another country, that country that's attacked has the right to respond, and that's what Iran is planning to do.
Dr. Ezadi, that would throw Iran and Israel into a war. It's not just for West Asia, but the entire world. We could see something absolutely get out of control. Is that a prospect that we are seriously looking at?
Your voice was cut, so I didn't hear your question. Let me just say that what the Israelis are doing is actually trying to make a bigger war in this part of the world. And they want to fight Iran using American soldiers. They want to have a war between Iran and the United States. And that's the only way they think they can win. They have been trying to fight with a militia group in Gaza, a militia group that doesn't have any air force, doesn't have any sophisticated weapons, and they have failed. And they have all the support from the United States.
Dr. Ezadi, let me ask you this. The Iranian perspective, the Israeli perspective, of course, is dramatically different. They say that they're targeted by Hamas, by Hezbollah, by Islamic Jihad, by Houthis and proxies operating in Iraq as well. They come under missile attacks and rocket attacks just recently from Lebanon as well. They've lost thousands of their citizens after the initial attack in October last year. Now, I do know the tragedy in Gaza. It is ghastly what is taking place. But Israel says that they have been attacked and they continue to be attacked. In a situation like this, if you have a Hamas operative in Tehran, how does it help things?
You know, Mr. Haniyeh was negotiating to reach peace. You know, in India, you're intelligent enough, of course, to realize that if in the middle of negotiations, you kill the representative of the other side, you are not interested in peace, you're interested in war. And the tragedy started in 1948 with the occupation of Palestine. And the Israelis have been engaging in criminal activities and massacres and violation of international law for the last 76 years. Israel is an apartheid terrorist state. And having a genocidal regime in this part of the world, in Asia, is not good for Iran, it's not good for India, it's not good for anybody. These are not legitimate. Israel is not a legitimate government. They are engaging in activities that should be uploading to many people all around the world.
Dr. Zadi, thank you very much for joining us and sharing that perspective. I'm now joined by Adam Scott Bellos, CEO of the Israel Innovation Fund. Thanks, Mr. Bellos, very much for being with us. It just seems like a frightening reminder of what took place a couple of months back when Israel was preparing for Iranian missile strikes. Is it almost inevitable that that's going to come, and is Israel preparing for that?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of disappointed that you didn't leave the other gentleman on the screen for us to discuss the horrible, disgusting things he just said about my country, and the false claims that he just laid on us being a racist, apartheid, illegitimate state when the Islamic Republic is considered an occupying force of the Persian people. Let me just say that first, and is the world's largest sponsor of terror and the clear destabilizer of the entire Middle East, which is why the Abraham Alliance has come together. Yes, of course, a Iranian attack or an Iranian response is probably inevitable given the embarrassment that they have suffered over the last week, considering the fact that we are fighting this war in a way to prevent as many civilian casualties as possible. If we weren't, we would have carpet bombed the entire Gaza Strip right after October 7th. We would be carpet bombing Lebanon. We would be carpet bombing Yemen and the Houthis, and we would be sending very strong weapons over to Iran. The last Iranian attack failed by 99%. So listening to the propaganda of the brainwashed member and supporter of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the gentleman that was on before me, was quite laughable, to be completely honest. And while we are ready for an attack from Iran, I do not see it being successful, similar to the way they failed months ago. And I think that's very important to understand. There's this constant twisting of propaganda, calling Hania a man of peace when he was celebrating the October 7th massacre, and was living in Doha in the Four Seasons or the Ritz-Carlton in a penthouse with a net worth of $4 billion, while Palestinians in Gaza are suffering without food and Hamas is preventing their civilians from getting aid.
Mr. Bellos, let me ask you, the real worry is not just for West Asia, but for the entire world, that if there is an active war between Iran and Israel, it can easily spiral out of control. And that ultimately when it comes to war, ultimately when it comes to war... I
lost the sound?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
All right, we'll just fix that line with him in half a second. All right, you can hear me now, Adam?
Sorry, your sound went out. My apologies.
No,
I can hear you.
It's probably a technical problem at this end. No, my question was this. In as much as I understand, your perspective and where you come from, you can't right-size a conflict. Neither Israel can nor Iran can. Thus far, when it's come to these missile attacks, fortunately, it's not really hit very many people in your country. There's not been very much in terms of your attacks on Iran either. In the future, if this goes
12
wrong,
children were just killed in the north. 12 children were just massacred.
I'm talking about the major attack by hundreds of Israeli cruise missiles, Iranian cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. The worry for the world, right, is that if things go wrong and if there is a loss of life, which isn't right size, because you can't every time do that in a military conflict, we could be staring at a much larger conflict. Is that your concern as well?
I think that's been the concern of Israel for almost 20 years, as our prime minister, who, by the way, is not a perfect man and is not a perfect politician and is not a perfect prime minister, but who has for the last 20 years warned the world about the Islamic Republic's need, want, and energy to try to achieve nuclear power in order to become a war-making machine, which has really very much been what the Iranian regime, the Islamic Republic, has tried to do for many years. I mean, all you need to do is look at the way the people of Israel live and the way the Iranian people are subjugated. And that is the difference between the type of countries that are at conflict right now. And the fact that the Americans tried to bring the Islamic Republic into the family of nations when it's not a democracy, it's a theocratic, dictatorial, eschatological, apocalyptic regime, okay, is absolutely irresponsible and has continued to lead to this conflict. We are in the 21st century. We are in a place where all humans should be treated equally with electricity, running water, internet, and food to be able to put on their table. And if anything, the Islamic Republic is preventing that stability from spreading to the rest of Asia and the Middle East.
No, but Adam,
there is only one
the
major
counter argument to that. And you know, we live. I'm talking to you from New Delhi. We are victims of terrorism in this country for the longest time.
Yeah.
But the point is, when you talk about internet and electricity and supplies, if you look at the situation in Gaza, the fact of the matter is Israel's response has been disproportionate to the extent that up to 40,000 people have lost their lives. All right, we'll try and get that back in just a second. All right. You know, I'm just talking
You're saying the situation in Gaza.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I completely understand. That's probably why you shouldn't rip the water pipes out of the ground in order to build tunnels. Okay. I mean, let's face it. The
40,000, 50,000 casualties. And no one is justifying or condoning anything.
First of all, that's an incorrect number. There's no proof to 40,000. There's maybe even 20,000 over 9 months. And we also know that Hamas uses human shields. So, I mean, let's look at the situation honestly for a second. We know, based on the statements of the leaders of Hamas, that they prefer to use human shields. Okay, they've said it themselves. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu quoted those leaders in his speech to Congress recently. We know for a fact that the founders of the PLO and Fatah all became millionaires and billionaires, and millions, if not billions, of international aid went missing.
Right.
The cost of rebuilding Palestine over and over, or Gaza over and over again, is almost triple to what the Marshall Plan cost per person to rebuild all of Europe after World War II. Something doesn't make sense. You have a country that, against all odds, has been attacked on all sides since 1948 until making peace with certain countries, that has become one of the richest and most successful countries in the world. Yet you're going to tell me that a country that has received billions and billions of dollars from all over the world, including the EU, the United States, South America, China, and Russia, and there's no electricity and there's no water? For 9 months, I've been hearing there's no electricity. How is social media coming out from Gaza if there's no electricity?
All right. Okay.
Explain that to me. This is a very basic,
Adam, I think both of us would agree that the loss of life of innocent people who are not in any way affiliated with terrorist groups in any part of the world is deeply unfortunate.
I completely agree.
And so on that note, Adam,
and the hardest thing for Israelis,
I need to start wrapping this up, and I do appreciate your perspective entirely. And I would love to speak to you again. Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage. There's a lot more coming up.
Brought to you.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1.
As part of the World Bank Group, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency is a crucial arm which is focusing on boosting foreign direct investment by offering credit enhancement and credit ratings. And the work of this wing of the World Bank has in fact picked up pace recently in India. And to discuss this further with me is the MIGA Executive Vice President, Mr. Hiroshi Matano. Mr. Matano, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV.
Well, thank you for having me.
Right. So my first question, sir, as a World Bank representative, this is your first visit to India. So what is on the agenda?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's great to be back. This is my first time with the World Bank Group to come to India, but it has been an amazing kind of experience. So I want to thank all the people, the governments, the private sector, and the colleagues here for hosting me. But this time, it's really to promote our new platform. So the World Bank Group, under the leadership of Ajay Banga, we started the World Bank Group Guarantee Platform. So MIGA is an entity that does guarantees, but there's also guarantee sections within the other parts of the World Bank Group. So we thought it was more effective and to bring it all together. So this is my first visit after the start of this platform to promote our new kind of service to the world. And we see that India is a big part of our story. We think there's a lot of potential of using our products. So that's the reason I came here.
All right. So, so if you could just explain and elaborate a little bit more in detail of what MIGA does and what is this one-stop guarantee platform? How does it actually help in boosting FDI into countries?
So I think it will be easier to explain examples. So in the past 6 months, we did 2 transactions in India. One is with the Freight Corridor project. So we helped the company to raise, through our guarantee program, to raise about $100 million US. That helps them to expand their business. The other project we did is with SBI. They refinanced part of the World Bank Group loan with ours. So basically what we're trying to do is use our guarantees to invite more investment into India. There's a huge investment need, especially in infrastructure, to satisfy within this country. And with our new products, we think that we can bring more in. And eventually, the India companies go to the international global market to raise financing. We're helping them the first step.
Right.
So we're quite excited about what we see so far.
Right. As you were mentioning, sir, that these 2 projects have been cleared or signed at least in the last 6 months.
Yes.
Do you feel that the fact that you have launched this new guarantee platform, that's the reason why that the work in India has accelerated in a way?
I think so. It has been, so the World Bank Group has been here for a very long time. We have a large portfolio, but MIGA is something new that we think we can bring to the table. I think we're at the right timing and the right way to invite more investment into India. So we see a strong pipeline going forward, and we're quite excited.
What are some of the potential sectors where you feel, that MIGA can be involved in India?
I can't go into details, obviously, but energy sector is a big part. We think that the green transition that the Prime Minister Modi is trying to achieve, it will be a big part of our story. So energy transition, energy is there. Water is another theme that I think we want to help. So yesterday I had a good discussion with the World Bank Group team to understand where the places that we can use our guarantee platform. So with all the new guarantee products we have, I think we can find a solution tailor-made for this country.
All right. Sir, as you are here as a World Bank representative to India, I'm sure you're looking forward to meeting certain government officials in terms of the focus areas that MIGA would want to work on. So who all are you planning to meet while you're staying here?
Well, obviously, the World Bank Group has very close contact with the Minister of Finance. So later today, I look forward to having a discussion. I want to explain our plan and how we can work together in promoting our products. But also, I think it's an important part is to understand the need of your country. So we want to be effective and to be very smart in using our products. So this interaction with junior government, I think, is a critical part of my mission to this country.
All right. So, in terms of, India has, of course, grown significantly over the past several years. In terms of, India's role in the global South, and how we are in fact seeing that there's of course a lot of focus on enhancing and improving on our infrastructure. In terms of the credit rating that you see, how do you think over the past 10 years or decade or so, how do you think India's role has in fact grown in the global south, and how do you rate it going forward?
No, I had the privilege of following India for a very long time. I've been in the private sector before joining the World Bank Group. I had a chance to come to this country over the years, but I'm really amazed how this country has transformed itself. Going to Washington, what I found is the strong presence that the Indian government has within the dialogue within Washington, D.C. They are a very strong presence. I just want to mention that. So I really have the privilege of understanding how the world is changing in front of us. And I'm quite sure that your country will have a big part of that in making that story. So again, I'm looking forward to having those kinds of discussions with your government in the coming days.
Right, and basis the developments that we've seen in the global south recently,
Yes.
what kind of a role or a potential role do you think India can play?
I hope that I had a discussion today about deploying more energy projects in Africa. I think India has a very unique kind of experience over the years that it's developed and solved. And if India can share that knowledge with our counterparts in the African countries, I think that will be a huge contribution. Mm-hmm. And I understand that that's the aim of Prime Minister Modi's initiative. So the World Bank was happy to work with the Indian government to promote more and ultimately reduce poverty on the continent.
Okay. With respect to India, sir, and of course you're going to meet a few government officials today as well, ministers as well. What is the biggest focus point for MIGA or the biggest challenge in this region?
One thing is really what I see is that there's a huge need for infrastructure, as we discussed. So MIGA can help in inviting investment into this country. But as you just mentioned, India is becoming a really important partner, development partner for us. So helping India invest into Africa or the other parts of the world is also important. So it's inbound investment, but also outbound investment. Mm-hmm. And I think the World Bank Group can help the Indian companies to do both. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting discussion I'm going to have over the years, over the days.
Okay. One question that I wanted to ask, sir, is that India, of course, is aiming to become the third largest economy in the world very soon. How does, what kind of a role can MIGA play, and especially in encouraging FDIs into lesser developed parts of the country?
Yes, I'm sure that India will become the number 3 economy in the world in short order. And we want to help that acceleration of that process. But at the same time, it does face its challenges, especially in the poorer parts of the country. So the World Bank Group does have unique knowledge of helping those kind of issues. So the knowledge that we have accumulated over the years, I think will be helpful. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, the financing kind of tools that we have through the guarantee product or IFC has investments. So I think those two combined together, we can address the challenges that the Indian government has. So in a lot of ways, we do have a strong partnership, and we want to continue doing that.
Okay. Sir, in terms of encouraging small and medium-sized enterprises, that could also be a challenge in terms of getting foreign investment for that. Is that something which is in the pipeline in terms of what MIGA is looking at in terms of the projects in
Yes, a big agenda that Ajay Banga has is really creating jobs. That's not only in India, but across the world. There's a lot of younger people. We do need to find jobs for them. So that's a big agenda we think is important. It's not easy, but with all the products that we have and all the knowledge we have, we can address that job creation issue, which is so critical for developing countries. So that's something also I look forward to discussing with your government and private sector.
So now that you have mentioned jobs, I mean, I will have to say it's a little off topic, but still relevant because you're talking about it. We are, the Indian government in its recent budget said that they are going to launch an internship program, which in a way will be our way of tackling the jobs challenge. What is your view on that?
Well, it's really initiative. I don't talk about internal domestic kind of matters, but we probably need to think about various ways to create jobs. And it's not an easy topic, but with all the experience we have collectively, I think we can find a solution.
Okay. So over the years, the fact that MIGA has been developed as a very, very crucial arm of the World Bank. How has leveraging for the World Bank become very important besides development lending in countries?
Well, I think the general concept that we have is that there's so much need for financing, not only infrastructure, but for medical needs, for educations. So when you combine all this together, it's just a huge amount of money necessary. The public sector, including the World Bank Group, will try to address that, but it's not enough. So how do we bring in the private sector to development is the huge the challenge that we have. Ajay Banga came into office about a year ago, and one of the first things that he talked about is how do we bring in the private sector into development. I think the guarantee program we have is one of the tools to invite the private sector. So later today, I'll have a discussion with some of the major Indian companies, but we want to invite them to work with us for the good. So we do have the knowledge, but we want to give them enough incentive to join our endeavor. So I'm quite interested about that discussion that will happen later today.
Right. So in terms of, because we are looking at primarily in terms of how there can be more funding for infrastructure projects in the country, how is MIGA in any way, if at all it's in the plans to promote more women entrepreneurs?
I think that's very important. One of the themes that we'll be discussing later this year in Washington is about gender. So recently the World Bank Group announced its gender strategy. We want to promote that. But a big part of it is to help companies that are led by female entrepreneurs. We think that is an important theme globally, and we'll try to do our best. But our kind of guarantee programs will be tailored to help them if there is a need.
Right. So since we are on the topic of foreign investments, another thing that I would want to point out which had happened in the budget recently is that there's also a tax rate cut which had been offered to foreign companies. Do you think that's a step in the right direction in terms of boosting FDI, especially in infrastructure projects in the country?
No, again, I really can't speak about domestic matters. But again, we just need to figure out the right infrastructure for the private sector to do more investment. And I hope that will be one of the tools that make that happen.
So as you were saying that, making sure that the projects in India are environmentally sustainable and socially responsible is also going to be one of the focus areas for MIGA. So what are some of the steps or measures, checks and balances being taken to ensure that?
For the World Bank Group, having a strong environmental standard, doing the right thing is critically important. We think that that's the part of the knowledge that we bring to projects. And we'll make sure that all the projects that we do in this country, not only this country, globally, that follow a certain kind of standard. That will include environmental considerations, climate considerations, and what we call integrity. So all these kind of checkpoints, I think, is important when we make an investment. But it is the know-how itself. And what I see, the private sector is becoming more serious about following these standards. And the World Bank Group does have a unique knowledge that we want to share. So a big part of our kind of endeavor is not only providing financial help, but it's also sharing the knowledge that we have accumulated over the years. So I think it's a unique, another point that we can communicate with the private sector.
So if you could also tell us a little briefly about the two projects that MIGA has recently cleared in the country, and what kind of an impact are you looking at, and maybe that will set the tone for future projects also that MIGA would be making.
Yes, the first project, as I mentioned, is the Freight Corridor project that the government has been pursuing for the past 20 years or so. It started with the World Bank Group and also JICA, the Japanese agency. I had the privilege of meeting the company yesterday, but most of it's already complete, but still they plan to expand it further. But at the same time, the World Bank and JICA has already invested a lot of money into these projects. So the financial needs is becoming more larger, and that's where MIGA can help bring in the private sector. And I think that combination of the public sector money starting the project, but as it expands, bringing in the private sector is a good combination that we want to replicate in other kind of areas also. The second project we did was State Bank of India is their rooftop solar project. The World Bank Group had been engaged in doing this, but again, the World Bank Group can do so much. So the private sector is also important. So we provide guarantees to refinance part of it. So this is also a reciprocal project, we believe. So it's really pursuing scale. It's not, we want to do in a large, more deals at a scale that makes an impact. So we're looking to various projects that we can work together.
Okay. So that would, in a way, bring me to the last question that we're looking at, that, we are looking at a stage in the country where we have the third term by the same government. Given that situation, given that kind of environment that we have, what kind of projects, or is this the time for India to actually accelerate in terms of growth? And in that sense, what kind of projects do you see MIGA playing a role in, or the World Bank playing a role in going forward to actually help boost India's growth going from here?
No, I think it's two ways. One is really the infrastructure, the logistics, the energy, the water, all these, there's a huge need, so that's a big part. But also, I hope that India can become an export giant also, and helping other countries, with their development. So your country is really at a critical conjunction, in my view, that can be a really prominent third largest economy in the world. So if we can help you in achieving that goal, we will be more than happy.
All right, we are aiming to do that by 2047. There's a roadmap for that. But thank you so much for your time, Mr. Matano. Thank you for speaking to NDTV. Thanks.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, And this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews. So thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of relief material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yes. Also, with respect to this bridge, what are the other kind of arrangements that are being done? Because is there still hope that people would have survived this tragedy?
Yes, there is hope. There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them. In addition to that, we are going to search for bodies, unfortunately.
Also, so far, what has been the death toll, sir? Any idea how many bodies that you covered?
Death toll would be given by the district administration. I wouldn't be able to give the exact death toll, but I can only say that the Indian Army, along with joint teams, have taken out more than 120 dead bodies from this area, Kopa. But it is much more. It's much more than that. Actual toll is much more because we are not counting the other.
Right. Also, how deep do you think they would have been lying buried? Because, I mean, what is the kind of assessment that you have done?
It is very difficult to say because the mud has gone up even 20 feet, 30 feet. It has even gone up to the second floor of houses. So it is very difficult to say how deep the bodies would be buried. They could be very deep underneath. So far, unless we have found them. Are
there any other strategies that are also being deployed, sir?
Yes, we are looking at deploying radar equipment. We are looking at, we already have our sniffer dogs here. They are helping us find. So all of this, and then of course the JCBs, etc. are being employed. We are continuously improvising and moving equipment to find.
I'm also told that there are thermal scanners that are being used. Do you think that is also going to be effective in nature?
Thermal scanners will be used. Of course, we cannot find a dead body with a thermal scanner because it doesn't emit heat. However, thermal scanners also would be used if it is available with the NDRF as of now. And there are some organizations which are getting their own equipment as well. Any equipment that helps us would be used.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the Major General talking to us about the benefit that this bridge would offer in terms of reaching out to several of those people in the far-flung areas. Especially as we are speaking, you can see an ambulance that is making use of this bridge. In fact, this bridge is capable of carrying around 4 feet is what we are hearing. And it becomes extremely beneficial for the JCBs as well as other earth-moving equipment to pass through this bridge. In fact, you can see that there are TVs that work here outside to try and see if they could remove all the mud as well as the silt and recover, which will also help recovering bodies. And that is the message that the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams are giving to us at this point in time. So this is the rescue operation that is happening at this point in time. To give you a brief picture on the number of dead bodies that have already been recovered, the death toll now stands at around 295. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, it's day 4 of the rescue work in Wayanad. Is hope fading now? The Supreme Court today gave a detailed judgment in the NEET case, why it didn't ask for a re-exam. And also a money for marks scam emerges in Bihar. Let's take a look at the headlines. In Wayanad, landslides, over 300 are dead as it's day 4 of rescue operations. Is hope now fading for the over 200 who remain missing? The BJP hits out at Rahul Gandhi, says he's raising the ED issue today to escape accountability in Wayanad, while the army bridge that was built in record time helps in the rescue and relief work. The Supreme Court gave its detailed judgment in the NEET case. Why it decided on no re-NEET? It says no systemic leak. Also pulled up the National Testing Agency over its flip-flops and has ordered a restructuring of the exam process. Shocking neglect of the mentally ill in Delhi. Multiple deaths reported at a shelter. The Delhi government is now under fire. The minister orders a probe, but are they underplaying the deaths by claiming comorbidities? The NCW chief slams the Delhi government, blames them for the death, says it's due to contaminated water and food. An NDTV exclusive report, cash for grades in Bihar. Candidates for a recent teacher exam receive phone calls, are asked to pay up to increase their marks. Lakhs of aspiring teachers are approached in this scam. The Bihar Police's Economic Offences Wing is now probing the matter. After a series of infiltrations and attacks in the Jammu region, now a new security matrix is being deployed with increased personnel and patrolling. Securing highways and bettering intelligence is a priority. Bronze medalist Sarbjot Singh speaks to NDTV after returning to the country, says he's happy with the victory and the grand welcome that he received. He says struggles are part of the achievement and he gives full credit to his parents. And India picks a prime astronaut for the space mission. Group captain Shubhanshu Shukla has been chosen for the Indo-US mission to the space station. Our top story now, in a staggering 28 inmates have died at a shelter home in Delhi since the beginning of this year, with 14 deaths, including that of a child, taking place in July alone. This prompting the state government to order a probe. Now, the opposition BJP has said it will bring up the issue in the Lok Sabha, while the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the party of following a dual model of politics. Today, State Minister Atishi addressed a press conference. She said she's asked for a probe and no one will be spared. While the National Commission for Women Chief Rekha Sharma visited the center, and she said that people there had died from contaminated food and water.
इन डेथ्स में इंक्वायर करने के लिए जैसे ही ये खबर आई, तुरंत एक मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इंस्टीट्यूट कर दी गई है. 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट, जो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी है उसकी डेडलाइन दी गई है. अगर इस मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी में किसी भी अफसर की, चाहे वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो, चाहे वो नर्स हो, चाहे वो केयर गिवर हो, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हो, अगर किसी भी अफसर की लापरवाही निकलती है तो उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करी जाएगी।
प्राइमा फेशिया ये मिला है कि पानी एक तो कंटेमिनेटेड है, फिल्टर्स प्रॉपरली लगे नहीं हुए। अभी मैं किचन में होके आई हूँ, वहां पर भी फिल्टर नहीं है। पानी जो भी आ रहा है, जो भी बच्चों को पिला रहे हैं, और जितने लोगों की डायरिया से ज्यादातर अधिकतर डेथ हुई है, ये भी पाया गया है कि 4 घंटे के अंदर अंदर एक बच्चे की डेथ हुई है डायरिया होते ही।
All right, let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, a shocking number of deaths are taking place in this shelter, but now it's become this political blame game. And the State Minister Atishi has ordered a probe and asked for the probe report within 24 hours.
See, Gargi, I'll just show you through visuals. Right outside this shelter home is this poster. दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का पानी पिए, अन्य स्रोतों के 20 लीटर पानी में तरल क्लोरीन और बूंदे डालें, आधे घंटे बाद पानी इस्तेमाल करें. So this basically says to have clean water in this time of as the weather is changing. But what we have heard from all those who visited here, be it Swati Maliwal or NCW Chief Rekha Sharma, they have all highlighted the kind of situation is there inside for the ones who are admitted here, that people have died either due to diarrhea or suffering from diarrhea. They are not given proper mattresses to sleep. And what we have since this story broke, we have only heard 2 words, karwai and janch. So who will do the karwai, who will take action, who will conduct the probe? Now there is a political slugfest. The BJP aligned leaders are saying that we will carry out, the NCW chief said that she will ask the union government to hold a big inquiry, a major inquiry into this. And then we heard Atishi as well, the Delhi minister, that she has also ordered a magisterial probe. And then we had political leaders visiting here and then coming out and issuing statements. But we have spoken to the local residents here who were aware of the situation for past many years. They said that if you dig out the data of the deaths happening in this shelter home, this is really alarming. And on an average, 3 or 2 deaths are being reported every month this year since January. So the political slugfest is on, but we will have to see that who will be held guilty for this, because the CMO who was responsible to supervise the operation of this shelter home has also shared with the media that he had written letters to the administrator. Then we know that the concerned ministry is vacant right now because the concerned minister in the AAP government has resigned and nobody has been given that charge. So amid all this, everybody is waiting for the action here right now, because after the visits of NCW Chief Swati Maliwal, it is expected that perhaps things will change here at this shelter home.
All right, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us there with the very latest, a surge in deaths, but now a political blame game. The Delhi High Court today slammed the police and the MCD over the drowning of 3 civil services aspirants in a basement of a coaching center in Rajinder Nagar and ordered a CBI probe. The court said it is a matter of great relief that the cops have not challaned the water flowing in the drain, so taking a swipe there over the arrest of an SUV driver who was crossing the area. The court, hinting that many senior officials may be involved in the case, has now transferred the investigation into the deaths of the students at Rao's IAS Study Circle. These deaths taking place last week. It's now been transferred to the CBI, who will conduct the probe in a time-bound manner. Now, the latest from Wayanad in Kerala, and it's day 4 of the rescue operations in the landslide hit district, while the army constructed a makeshift bridge in record time to move equipment to the far-flung areas. The political mudslinging over accountability in the tragedy continues. The death toll has now crossed 300 as hope is fading for the over 200 who remain missing. Pratibha Raman reports from Ground Zero.
Day 4 of the rescue operation at Kerala's Wayanad resumed today, with the new bridge helping rescuers and rescue material reach many remote locations isolated by the landslides. But is the hope to find more survivors fading?
There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them.
Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi's walk on the bridge evoked sharp reactions from the BJP.
Of course, it is a terrible tragedy. I think Kerala has not seen this type of a tragedy in one area. And I think I'm going to raise it in Delhi and also with the Chief Minister here, that this should be treated differently. This is a different level of tragedy and it should be treated differently.
वायनाड में जो अभी हादसा हुआ है, जो एक नेग्लिजेंस के कारण 300 से ज़्यादा लोग की मृत्यु और बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन में एक तबाही जो हुआ है, उसमें वहाँ के एमपी लास्ट व्यक्ति हैं वहाँ पर पहुँचने वाला। और काफ़ी सारे केरल में, केरल के बाहर, देश में काफ़ी सारे लोग पूछने लगे हैं कि यहाँ पर हुआ क्या है और यहाँ के एमपी का अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्या है।
Politics over human loss aside, veterinarians from the State Animal Husbandry Department were at the spot rescuing over 100 stranded animals. While thermal scanners are being used to detect survivors, dog squads are deployed to sniff out cadavers and several earth-moving equipment is in the affected areas.
There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here. But still, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
News now on the Supreme Court's judgment in the NEET case, and today the top court gave a detailed reasons in its judgment for not cancelling the NEET UG medical entrance exam despite a massive controversy and demands for a re-examination over the paper leak allegations and other irregularities. While holding that there was no material to show that the leak was widespread, affecting the sanctity of the exam, the court did highlight the lapses made by the National Testing Agency, pointing to the many flip-flops that it made in the course of the entire controversy in the case. The court gave additional directions to an expert committee, asking it to evaluate a mechanism for the security mechanism to ensure rigorous checks in the entire exam process. The Supreme Court today also dismissed a batch of pleas seeking a probe by a court-monitored special investigation team into the electoral bond scheme. The petitioners had demanded a probe into the sale and purchase of electoral bonds, and dismissing the pleas, the Chief Justice said it would be inappropriate and premature to intervene at this stage, and also said that other remedies are available. Now, a controversy from Bihar, and pay cash and get more marks. That is the latest scam that's emerging from the state, where aspiring teachers who recently took an exam are now receiving calls from cyber criminals who are offering to increase their marks for money. The matter is now being investigated.
Controversy over a key Bihar teacher recruitment exam conducted 10 days ago. After allegations that cyber criminals have accessed data about candidates and are now calling them, asking for money in exchange for getting marks increased. 22-year-old Priya Kumari from Bihar's Bhojpur district is eagerly waiting for the exam results. But this phone call has made her jittery. During the phone call, the caller demanded 50,000 rupees in lieu of getting her marks increased.
तो अभी हम आधे घंटे रुकेंगे आपका प्रिया जी, तो आधे घंटे का अगर पेमेंट हो पाता है तो पेमेंट कीजिएगा, नहीं तो
ठीक है, हम आधा घंटा के अंदर आपको 20,000, लेकिन देखिएगा मेरा नंबर थोड़ा बढ़ा दीजिएगा।
हाँ, जो यहाँ से डिस्ट्रिक्ट अलॉटमेंट करेंगे ना, हम अपना सिस्टम से फोटो क्लिक करके आपको भेज देंगे, आप उस चीज को देख लीजिएगा।
मेरे पास 2-3 दिन पहले कॉल आता है, UPSC ऑफिस से बोल रहा है मनजीत कुमार, और वो मेरा नाम बोलती है और मेरे टीचर जी का नाम और मेरे माता का नाम और डेट ऑफ बर्थ बताती है, जो कि सही बात है।
Priya is not the only one being targeted by cyber criminals. Lakhs of students in Bihar who have appeared for their teacher recruitment exams and are awaiting their results are receiving similar calls. Cyber criminals claiming to be associated with the Bihar Public Service Commission that conducts the exam are demanding anything between 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees for enhancing marks and rankings in the merit list.
इस बार तो हम दिए नहीं तो क्वालिफाई कैसे हो जाएंगे?
आपका हम पिछले वाले में ही क्वालिफाई करेंगे। कैसे करेंगे? उसका सेकेंड लिस्ट में आपका क्वालिफाई करेंगे। देना है 20,000 अभी लगेगा, बाकी काम करने के बाद लेंगे।
क्या बीपीएससी ऑफिस के अंदर से डाटा लीक हो रहा है, साइबर कैफे से हो रहा है, या कुछ कोचिंग संचालक, कोचिंग शिक्षक जो पेपर लीक धांधली सेटिंग में संलिप्त रहते हैं, कहीं वो लोग भी तो डाटा लीक नहीं कर रहे हैं? तो इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। हम नीतीश कुमार जी से ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि लाखों शिक्षक अभ्यर्थियों के हित में आप पूरे मामले की निष्पक्षता के साथ जांच करवाई जाए और जो भी इसमें संलिप्त हो उन सब पे कठोर कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाए।
Even before the NET paper leak controversy could really settle down, the TRE examination conducted by Bihar Public Service Commission, that is BPSC, has created another uproar. Thousands of examinees have already taken their exams and are awaiting their results, are getting calls from unknown numbers, demanding money in lieu of getting their ranks improved. And surprisingly, the callers are rolling out details which are supposed to be classified and should only be with BPSC, like their roll numbers, detail of their parents, their examination centers, and even their admit card numbers.
Officials in charge blame cyber cafes for the chaos. They believe over 70 to 80% students hailing from rural areas use cyber cafes to fill forms, and all their personal information gets leaked from there.
यहाँ तक कि डाउनलोड ही करते हैं लोग साइबर सेल से जाकर एडमिट कार्ड, तो सारी चीज़ें बाहर में रहती है। बीपीएससी से कोई कंसर्न ही नहीं इनका। ये बिल्कुल गलत और फेक है, सिर्फ भ्रामक है और कुछ नहीं।
The Bihar government says the state police's economic offences wing that recently cracked the NEET UG paper leak case will handle this investigation too. With Prabhakar Kumar in Patna, Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, so that's scam in Bihar. But now let's get you the latest on the situation in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, both devastated by heavy rainfall and flash floods that took place. And in Himachal Pradesh, over 8 people are dead and 47 remain missing. Rescue operations are underway after the cloudburst that triggered these floods. This took place in the Kullu, Mandi and Shimla districts. So rescue operations underway in Himachal, even as 47 remain missing. And a cloudburst in Uttarakhand as well. Pilgrims who were stuck in Kedarnath were rescued by the Indian Air Force, joining the rescue operations. And here too, a cloudburst took place. 2,100 have been rescued on Friday, and IF, NDRF, SDRF teams are carrying out these rescue operations. And the trek route to Kedarnath has been destroyed. Remember, the Char Dham Yatra is currently underway. News now on Jammu and Kashmir, where the centre has rolled out a new security matrix in the Jammu region after the spate of attacks recently on security forces as they were suffering from heavy losses. Now, according to the data, casualties have doubled this year as compared to the last 3 years. Well, let's go across to Neeta now for more. And Neeta, give us more details regarding this new security matrix that has been brought in, what it means now, more boots on the ground patrolling the highways.
Absolutely, more boots on ground, because Gargi, the ratio as far as the security forces as to civilians, as to terrorist deaths were concerned, the security forces and civilian deaths were increasing, and that's the reason why the centre came out with this new security matrix. They have rolled out many measures, bringing more people on ground. BSF, about 2,000 men have been put there to plug in infiltration loopholes, because in the security audit it was noticed that as many as 24 routes were identified from where the infiltration was happening regularly. So these BSF men, because BSF was already guarding Punjab and Jammu Kashmir border, so they are going to plug those loopholes. And also the safety of the highways is a big concern, because the latest inputs are indicating that terrorists might try to strike at any vital installation along the highway. That's the reason why the security of highway has also been strengthened further. SOG, the Special Operating Guards or groups, which is again a local force of Jammu and Kashmir Police, their transit camps have been made. About 70 transit camps have been made. There they would be stationed because they are local population. They can interact with locals very easily. They can get information very easily, and they can also co-opt VDG, that is the Village Defence Guards. That is the third thing. More, Assam Rifles is now going to be deployed in Jammu region. Earlier they were only the part of the component as far as the security of Amarnath Yatra was concerned, but now they're going to be deployed in Jammu sector also. Apart from that, CAPF numbers are also getting increased, because the security audit also showed that the Mughal road, which started from Srinagar to Jammu area, only few nakas were there. So many measures center has come forward with to keeping in mind that these attacks can be stopped. Gargi?
All right, Neeta, they're reporting on the new security matrix for Jammu. Now, another exciting news, ISRO has chosen the youngest of its astronaut designates as the prime astronaut to fly on the upcoming Indo-US mission to the International Space Station. The prime astronaut will be Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, and there's a backup astronaut as well that will be Group Captain Prasant Balakrishnan Nair, the oldest of the astronaut designates. Well, let's go across to Pallav Bagla now for more. So exciting news, Pallav, both of these astronauts are Indian Air Force test pilots, and the flight will be taking place in 2025.
Certainly. After 40 plus years, India will see its second astronaut go into space. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is the prime astronaut, and the backup is Group Captain Prasant Balakrishnan Nair. Both of them are IAS test pilots, and they will fly on an Axiom 4 mission. Axiom is the commercial company on which the flight will take place, and they are likely to fly on a Falcon 9 rocket using the Crew Dragon and go to the International Space Station. It is likely that the Indian astronaut will spend about a fortnight at the International Space Station and conduct scientific experiments. This has come about as a result of an Indo-US agreement between President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this astronaut is really a stepping stone for India for its Gaganyaan mission. The Gaganyaan mission is when an Indian astronaut will go into space from Indian soil on an Indian rocket. And rightly, India has chosen the youngest of the astronauts, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who's just about 39 or 40 years of age and has many years in his career, and he can contribute towards India's Gaganyaan mission. And remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already announced that by 2040, India will land an Indian on the surface of the moon. So one small step for India and one giant leap for the whole country. A big day for India, as the astronaut designates have been announced for the ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Station. Very exciting times for India.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Pallav, for joining us with that. So something to look forward to in 2025. And finally, a person ordered a mobile phone, got teacups instead. This was a person in Mumbai who was cheated. He had ordered a mobile on an online shopping site, but instead teacups were delivered. A case has been registered now in the Mahim police station of Mumbai. Take a look.
He ordered a phone, but instead got, believe it or not, teacups. Now the matter has escalated so much that it is a police case. Amar Chavan, deputy engineer in Best, a resident of Mumbai, had ordered a Techno Phantom V Fold's 5G smartphone from a shopping portal. But when his wife opened the parcel, instead of the 55,000 rupee phone, she found teacups inside. Chavan claims that though Amazon initially promised to investigate the matter, there was no follow-up. So he has now filed a complaint with the police.
मैंने अमेजोन के ऐप पे जाके फिर से कंप्लेंट लॉन्च किया, फिर वो बोलते कि हम लोग कोई हेल्प नहीं कर सकते, आपको रिफंड भी नहीं मिलेगा और प्रोडक्ट भी रिप्लेस नहीं होगा। तो मैंने बोला कि आपका जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है उसका रिपोर्ट मुझे दे दो, तो उन्होंने रिपोर्ट देने के लिए मना कर दिया। फिर फ्रॉड हो गया करके मैंने एफआईआर दर्ज की है। एफआईआर में अमेजोन और एपेरो रिटेल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड और उनका कुरियर सर्विस तीनों के ऊपर कंप्लेंट लॉन्च की है।
The police have registered a case of fraud and the person who delivered the parcel is also to be questioned.
कंपनी जो है उनके पास अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू है। डिलीवरी जो बॉय है उसकी डिटेल हम ले रहे, जिस अकाउंट में जो पैसा गया है उस पर भी हमने कार्रवाई की है इन्वेस्टिगेशन, और जल्द उसको हम डिटेक्ट करेंगे।
When NDTV tried to connect with Amazon, we did not get any information from them. With Paras, Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, so not very confidence building for shopping for mobile phones online. That's it from me. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After
great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our special focus on the show this evening. The last few weeks have completely washed away the claims of world-class infrastructure in some of our richest cities. What happened in Delhi that fateful night about a week ago continues to haunt hundreds of students at India's biggest coaching hub and indeed across the country. The High Court today strongly reprimanded the Delhi police and the Municipal Corporation, hinting at criminal negligence on the part of senior MCD officers and the Delhi police as well. Meanwhile, over 20 kilometers away from Mumbai, another heavily cash-rich municipality, yet another incident of a billboard coming crashing down on a busy road, a grim reminder of the Mumbai hoarding collapse. In all these deadly incidents across India's metro cities, there seems to be a similar pattern. Killer apathy, complicity on the part of authorities, and a criminal nexus between authorities and those profiting from the lethal infrastructure. For India's richest civic bodies, does life come so cheap? Well, on the show this evening, we put the focus on how Delhi and Maharashtra municipalities function. First, the Mumbai hoarding collapse. What is the fix for our urban mess? And then, on the other half of the show, we will be discussing the Delhi horror and the Delhi High Court's strong words against the civic body and the police. Joining me on the show this evening, I'm being joined by a very special panel on the Maharashtra mess. Jagdish Magmen, former chairperson of the MCD, is with us. But before that, let me go across to our Maharashtra guest joining us first, China NC spokesperson of the BJP, Sanjay Gupta, leader of the Shiv Sena UBT, and also a former MCD officer. Dr. Sudhir Krishna, former Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, is also with us. Thanks all very much for being with us. Going across to you first, China NC, what we saw today in Thane, over 20 kilometers away from Mumbai, another grim reminder of what happened in Mumbai, the hoarding collapse that killed multiple people. There seems to be a similar pattern. In fact, the SIT report in the Mumbai case points to some sort of a nexus of negligence between the authorities and those profiting from this lethal infrastructure.
Vedant, at the outset, let me please say that we must value human life, and that is a non-negotiable. Whether it is a massive hoarding which collapses on a busy road, or the incessant rains, or the fact that we've had multiple cases in the past too, it shows us not just the poor infrastructure, but some kind of a collusion between those who choose to put up the illegal hoardings and the civic authorities. So if there is some kind of corruption when it comes to these cases, whether it's Mumbai, Thane, or anywhere else, or anywhere in the country, I think that we need to unequivocally as a society speak up, and that will be the first step. If I'm going to sit here and cast aspersions on others, I think that won't work. Heads must roll. Civic authorities have to own up to this kind of permission giving. Who has put it up? Why have they been put up? And why is there this kind of urban mess? At the outset, let me also say, whether it is political hoardings too, or it is commercial hoardings, that does not matter. Nobody needs to be absolved of these wrongdoings, especially at a time when we have seen so many people lose life. Have we forgotten about the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse?
Yes.
No. So I think that the authorities, the civic authorities, have vouched to take action against the contractor, but to have repeated these kind of incidents, there needs to be blacklisting, there needs to be absolute cognizance.
Yes.
And that is something that our government, I think Devendra Fadnavis as the Deputy Chief Minister and Eknath Shinde as Chief Minister have talked about at multiple occasions.
Yes,
And I'm
that's
sure
an
this
important point there, Shaina, but let me quickly cite the SIT report quickly, because the SIT report says that the illegalities were ignored by the BMC and the billboard company. Also that there was no soil test done by the contractors despite multiple red flags that the mud on which those hoardings were put, I'm talking about the Mumbai case, that was soft and unfit to sort of provide a strong foundation for these hoardings. So why is it that, there are always these measures of blacklisting, as you mentioned, or a magisterial probe that's ordered after such incidents? Why no preemptive measures? Why are cash-rich municipalities like that in Mumbai so negligent?
So I think it's 2-3 things. Obviously, the administration needs to own up, which I'm sure that it will. We have been talking time and again that you've had in the past, when BJP chose to stay out of power and you had a certain political party that has been in the BMC for the longest time, there has been a lot of corruption which has been unearthed and brought into the public domain. I'm not here sitting on passing the buck, but I think that if there are systems in place which are adhered to, no kind of loose lacunas, then we as a society will be accountable. And that accountability is of the political class, the administration, and the service provider, or in this case, the beneficiary, who are the people who were put up these illegal hoardings.
Okay.
So if they are not brought to task, the contractor.
Let me get Sanjay Gupta of the Shiv Sena to respond to this, because Sanjay Gupta, जो शाइना एनसी कह रही हैं कि आपकी सरकार काफी टाइम तक रही है बीएमसी में, और कहीं ना कहीं चाहे वो बीएमसी हो या एमसीडी, एक कल्चर है जो ये कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉफिट अर्नर्स या जो प्रॉफिट कर रहे हैं इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से और अथॉरिटीज़ के बीच में हो गया। बिना ब्राइब लिए कोई काम नहीं होता, बिना करप्शन के ये होर्डिंग्स, चाहे वो मुंबई की बात हम कर लें, बिना करप्शन के वो होर्डिंग्स कैसे लगी होंगी एक ऐसे लैंड पे विच इज़ अनफिट? तो ये कल्चर जो है ये हर पार्टी ने परपेचुएट किया है।
देखिए, बड़ी हैरानी होती है कई बार कुछ चीज़ों को देखकर। मैं आपको इस विषय में ये बताना चाहूँगा कि क्योंकि मैं म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में रहा हूँ और एडवर्टीजमेंट इंस्पेक्टर ही रहा हूँ कई सालों तक, हमारे एक बहुत ही ब्रिलियंट ऑफिसर थे जिन्होंने आउटडोर एडवर्टीजमेंट पॉलिसी सन 2007 में ना सिर्फ नगर निगम के हाउस से पास कराई, बल्कि उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया से भी पास कराया। कई देशों में घूमने के बाद उन्होंने इस पॉलिसी को बनाया। इस पॉलिसी को अगर सही तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया जाता तो आज हमारे देश में जितने भी शहर और गाँव हैं उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वर्ल्ड क्लास बन जाता। आउटडोर एडवर्टीजमेंट का पॉलिसी का मतलब सिर्फ एडवर्टीजमेंट करना ही नहीं है, बल्कि एक शहर को साफ सुथरा और सुंदर किस तरह से बनाया जाए ये भी है। लेकिन जिस ऑफिसर ने पॉलिसी बनाई उनको जमीनी स्तर पर काम करना नहीं आता था और पॉलिटिकल विंग ने उनका वो साथ नहीं दिया जो दिया जाना चाहिए था। इस पॉलिसी को किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, उसमें किस तरह के जो मौजूदा नियम कायदे कानून है उनमें संशोधन किया जाए और किस तरह से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, इसका मैं मास्टर हूं। तो हमारी सरकार में अब अगर साइना एनसीजी बात करें कि बीएमसी में हम सरकार में रहे, तो मैंने तो शिवसेना को 2019 में ज्वाइन किया था। उस वक्त बीजेपी और शिवसेना हमारी एक ही बात होती थी। मैं नहीं जानता था कि हमारी महाभारत 2019 के इलेक्शन के बाद बीजेपी के साथ इस तरह से चलेगी। और उसके बाद जब हमारी सरकार बनी तो उसके बाद कोरोना रहा 2 साल, और 2 साल के बाद जब कोरोना खत्म हुआ तो उद्धव जी बीमार रहे, फिर उसके बाद शिंदे जी की सरकार आ गई। तो मैं तो ये सब उलटफेर देख करके बड़ा हैरान हुआ। तो हमारे देश में
तो टेंडर्स में करप्शन तो हर सरकार करती है और ये एक जानी मानी बात है। खासकर अगर मुंबई की हम बात करें, कोई टेंडर बिना करप्शन के अप्रूव नहीं होता है। और जब ये मुंबई होर्डिंग वाला केस भी हुआ था तो बहुत सारी रिपोर्ट सामने आई थी जिन्होंने ये बोला था कि उस टेंडर को देने में भी करप्शन हुआ है।
देखिए, हमारे बहुत से नियम कायदे कानूनों में इस तरह के संशोधनों की जरूरत है जिससे कि इस तरह की करप्शन ना हो सके। आपको जानकर बड़ी हैरानी होगी कि हमारे देश के अंदर 2500 से ज्यादा म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस हैं और इन कॉर्पोरेशंस के काम को कोई भी चैनल नहीं देखता, कोई भी बड़ी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां नहीं देखती। और जो हमारे देश में इलेक्शन चुन करके मेयर भी बनते हैं, आप मुंबई को ले लो चाहे आप दिल्ली को ले लो, दिल्ली के अंदर भी मेयर इन काउंसिल नहीं है और मुंबई में भी मेयर इन काउंसिल नहीं है, जिससे कि मेयर को ये पावर हो कि वो कमिश्नर को हटा सके। और कमिश्नर्स और अधिकारी ही नगर निगम को चलाते हैं, चाहे वो दिल्ली हो चाहे मुंबई हो। जब दिल्ली और मुंबई में ये हाल है तो आप सोचोगे देश के अंदर जो 2500 और म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस हैं जहां पर हम पहुंच ही नहीं पाते, जिसका मेन काम शहर को साफ सुथरा और सुंदर बनाना है, तो वो कमिश्नर्स और अधिकारी क्या हाल करते होंगे?
Okay, Dr. Sudhir Krishna, comment on this. As somebody who has been part of the Urban Development Ministry, why is there this kind of negligence, this kind of criminal negligence? Because whether it's the case in Delhi or Mumbai, the fact that the MCD and the BMC did not take cognizance of this kind of lethal infrastructure operating with some sort of impunity raises serious alarm.
Well, I think I would see that there are two major reasons for urban governance, facing these challenges or these situations. One is that there is a lack of clarity on the role of municipal corporation, municipal bodies. And Delhi, if you see, there is Municipal Corporation of Delhi is not the only manager of Delhi city. It's Delhi government and even government of India manages in some part of the administration, and there are other state agencies are there and so on. So really, who is the leader, who is the head or father of governance in a city? We are not clear, number one. And number two, you see, at the governance level also, the value systems are to be strengthened. Now, today, the value system, gradually, it is not one day's affair. Over time, you see, allow unauthorized or illegal to regularize the things.
Yes.
Culture is not to enforce the rule and not to enforce the plan, but to regularize what is wrong, what has been done wrongly. So there is a kind of culture building up that violate the rules and seek regularization. Whether it is adding floor to the building, or whether it is closing the balconies, or whether putting up a structure here or there, or whether it is encroaching government land or properties, etc. The general tradition is violate the law and it will be regularized one day or the other. And in Delhi, actually, if you recall, we have reached the stage where Parliament has made a law. When the matter went to the courts, that this master plan doesn't permit unauthorized developments in low-lying area, whatever areas which were supposed to be not open for development, then the Parliament made the law that this will be permitted. So the general people are getting to this kind of feeling, and we are paying the price for it. After all, plans are for the people's benefit only, or for orderly developments. Plans are subject to change as per procedure, but now no procedure, nothing. You do whatever you want to do and pursue that. And last point I will say that the governance system, at the cutting edge level, the bureaucracy is very frugal. You don't have enough staff at the cutting edge level. So there not much inspection is possible also. First of all, whatever is possible is not being done is one matter. But actually it is not possible. So people are doing touch and go kind of work at the cutting edge level.
So you made an important point that value system needs to be strengthened at the municipality level, at the bureaucracy level, which is why perhaps we see that BMC has this very bad tag of being one of the most corrupt municipalities in the country, despite being the richest. And China NC, very quickly, the fact that our poll manifestos, if you look at the BJP's poll manifesto in Maharashtra, or the campaigns and political speeches across the year, the focus very much is on big projects. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, now I can.
Yeah, so I'm saying the focus very much on poll manifestos and campaigns is on big projects, whether it's a coastal corridor, big road projects, multi-lane highways. But the fact is that we need to return to these fundamentals, basic structural problems that may not look as attractive on a poll manifesto. So do you think that our political parties have also done a disservice to the people, with this sort of, focusing on the bigger things more and not on the fundamental infrastructure of the city?
So Vedant, I'm a hardcore Mumbaikar and I say it as it is. If you look at the kind of infrastructure Mumbai has got recently, whether it's the coastal road, the metro, the Nava Sheva lane, the Atal Setu, the expressways, etc. I mean, incredible the speed at which we have got this kind of infrastructure into place to ease the lives of the Mumbaikar. Having said that, does that need to be equated with this kind of an issue? I think the civic authorities must take cognizance of taking action against any errant contractor. How is the tender process passed? Has a soil test been done before putting up or erecting any of these hoardings? Are there political parties that are choosing to insulate wrongdoers or repeat offenders? We cannot just keep thinking it's strong wind or, to say that, oh, it's the monsoon and that's why this has happened. I think we have to move way beyond all these lame excuses, because in a life lost in a city is valuable for anybody, everybody, and heads should roll. So that's why I said the accountability process is very, very important. And especially when you have a proactive chief minister and a deputy chief minister, the civic authorities must get to the bottom of it. If it is a case of corruption, how were the permissions given? If it was a case of tender, what was the process of tendering? And if it is a case of poor infrastructure, heads need to roll.
In fact, as we speak, a case has also been registered under sections 125A and 324A, which essentially means the act endangering life or personal safety of others and also causing damage. So, that's an important point there again, and the complaint was filed by a ward officer, interestingly. But Dr. Sudhir Krishna, before we wind up the discussion, quickly to you, something that Shaina NC also mentioned, कि ये BMC की और म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस की एक ये इमेज भी है कि रॉन्ग डूअर्स को प्रोटेक्ट किया जाता है, और कई लोगों का ये कहना होगा कि ये चाहे वो शिवसेना हो या बीजेपी हो, रॉन्ग डूअर्स को प्रोटेक्ट करने की जो एक रेपुटेशन बन गई म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस की, इसको कैसे सुधारा जाए?
ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि सीनियर ऑफिसर्स रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लें, और सीनियर ऑफिसर शुड फील जैसे कमिश्नर हैं या अपने एरिया में, दे शुड take pride.
Dr. Sudhir Krishna, I'm afraid it's my mistake. I'll come back to you on that. This question was meant for Sanjay Gupta ji. Sanjay Gupta, go ahead. I'll come back to you, Dr. Sudhir Krishna. जी बताइए.
देखिए, साइना एनसी जी ने जो बात कही, वो किसी काम को अच्छे तरीके से करने की इच्छा रखना एक अलग बात है, मगर उस काम को अच्छे तरीके से करने की नॉलेज होना ये एक अलग बात है. हमारे देश के अंदर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस में और चाहे जो अधिकारी हो, चाहे वो चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हो, वो आते जरूर हैं, मगर उनको काम करने का वो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं होता. वो नहीं जानते कि मौजूदा नियम कायदे कानूनों में किस तरह के संशोधनों की जरूरत है और किस तरह से किसी भी काम को इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाना चाहिए. इसकी कमी होने के कारण ही हमारे देश के अंदर, हमारे शहरों के अंदर उतनी साफ सफाई नहीं जितनी साफ सफाई होनी चाहिए. तो वो नियम कायदे कानूनों में किस तरह के संशोधन हो, वो काम, उसका मैं एक्सपर्ट हूँ. और कभी इस तरह की पॉलिसी आज ये सरकार में है, हम नहीं है. अगर हम होते तो उस वक्त हम करते हैं. अगर ये हमसे इस तरह की पॉलिसी मांगेंगी, अगर मुझसे कहेंगी, तो मैं बताऊंगा कि वो कौन सी पॉलिसी है जो सन 2007 में ना सिर्फ दिल्ली नगर निगम के हाउस से पास हुई, बल्कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी पास किया. अगर उस पॉलिसी को सही तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया जाए तो हमारे देश के शहरों और गांवों का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अमेरिका, ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस के शहरों से भी बेहतर बन सकता है. और हमें, और मैं आपकी एक चीज में कहना चाहता हूँ, आपके विषय में कहना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे को आपकी ये डिबेट बहुत अच्छी लगी कि जिसमें एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने की बजाय देश के डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर बात की जा रही है. वरना मैं देखता हूं कि देश का आज कोई भी प्लेटफॉर्म क्यों ना हो, चाहे वो लोकसभा हो, राज्यसभा हो, विधानसभा हो, चाहे चैनल्स की डिबेट्स हो, एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने का काम ही करते हैं. मगर इस तरह की सकारात्मक डिबेट्स जिस तरह की आपने शुरू किया, मैं इसको अप्रिशिएट करता हूं. और मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि आप इस तरह की डिबेट्स को और करें, ताकि हमारे देश के शहरों और गांवों का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
similar sort of camaraderie and conciliatory approach on policy level as well. Thanks very much, Shaina NC and Sanjay Gupta, for being with us. Dr. Sudhir Krishna stays on with us as we now put the focus on the Delhi coaching center horror, where the Delhi High Court came down heavily on the Delhi police and the civic body as well, saying that there's criminal negligence. In fact, the High Court also said significantly that corruption on the part of public servants may also be suspected, which is why now the case has been transferred to the CBI as well. In fact, the High Court said that the Delhi municipality has no respect for the law and that all our orders are falling on deaf ears. Joining me for that, Jagdish McMahon, former chairman of the MCD, Ritik Saw, UPSC aspirant, is also with us, and Dr. Sudhir Krishna continues to be with us. Going across to you first, Ritik Saw, the case has now been transferred to the CBI. The students and UPSC aspirants have been protesting relentlessly, undeterred. Does this satisfy you in a sense that now the investigation at least is in safe hands?
Yeah, actually, the thing is that since the case has now been transferred to the CBI, we would be believing that CBI, the senior officials, the senior officers would be definitely, investigating in the justice way. They would be giving the justice to the students, because as of now, Delhi police has not been coordinating with us. Delhi police has been, arresting the innocent. So we definitely, this is a good decision by the Delhi High Court that the case has been transferred to the CBI. And yes, our fingers are crossed that our demands would get fulfilled, and whatever the things that has happened will come to the in a very transparent way to the students as well, to the to the UPSC aspirants, and we would be in the safe hands. So yes.
Okay. So some hope there, because of course those families who are grieving the loss of young lives, tragically cut short, there can be no justice to them, but at least the investigation is now in safe hands, is what Ritik Saw is saying. Jagdish Mamgen, come in on this point, because MCD ki jahan tak baat kare, one of the richest municipalities in the country, and the kind of apathy and criminal negligence that we have seen on the part of the MCD. They sealed some basements after the horrific tragedy took place. Why was no action taken before it? Why no preemptive measures by the MCD? In fact, there have been violation of norms. That basement was being run as an illegal library. There was a biometric system that failed because electricity went off. There's so many norms that were flouted, but still no action on the part of the MCD. So one to believe that there's some sort of collusion or nexus between those benefiting from lethal infrastructure and the MCD officials? Jagdish ji, go ahead.
Definitely. क्योंकि आप ये मान के चलो कि अगर वहां पर डेफिनेटली आप ये मान के चलो कि अगर वहां पर देखिए बेसिकली तो क्या है कि कोचिंग सेंटर कम्स अंडर रेजिडेंशियल कैटेगरी, तो उसने बिल्डिंग बनाई, उसने बेसमेंट बनाया, इसमें तो कोई लीगल था नहीं, लेकिन बेसमेंट इज मेंट टू यूज फॉर.
Okay, we seem to have a patchy line there with Jagdish Mamgen. But Dr. Sudhir Krishna, coming to you again, because, it's not just about one coaching center. Multiple coaching centers have flouted norms, the building bylaws that seem to be only on paper. There seem to be no regard for these building bylaws. In fact, I've reported from these areas, they have they violate fire safety norms, they violate building bylaws, they violate, the NOC certificate that is being given to them. So there's no respect for law of any kind.
Yes, I think this, as I said on your earlier show, a tendency is coming among the people, and the governing authorities are also accepting that violation of law is not a serious matter anymore. You violate any law and you seek approval, you take a chance. If you are not caught, which is 90% of the chance, and 10% if you are caught, you pay some fine and it is regularized. You can add floor to your building, you can close your balconies, and you can extend the your construction to up to the drain or on top of the drain. You can do anything and you can get away with it. At best, either 90% you will not be caught, and 10% this has to be checked, and we have to enforce the building bylaws thoroughly. See, in what case, even if somebody is put behind bars, how does it help in the larger plane?
Yes.
Unless wholesale inspection is done for the whole area, which is possible.
So it needs a complete overhaul, because as you said, just arresting one or two people won't really sort of trigger a systemic change, which is what is needed. Ritik, so let me go back to you, because the story is really about you guys, the UPSC aspirants. In fact, one of your colleagues or one of your fellow UPSC aspirants said that Rajinder Nagar is like a living hell. Talk to us about your daily struggles living in one of the largest and most prestigious UPSC hubs of the country.
So the thing is here, the thing here is like, during mostly during the rainy season, the wires, the electric poles are, hanging, and our lives is at stake when we are on road. Before we leave our doors, we always think that how would we reach to the center where we are actually safe. So the conditions is like the buildings are too tightly packed, no ventilations at all. 10 by 8 rooms are like suffocating for us, and the charges are too high for us to pay. And at the same time, the facilities that we are getting is just to breathe there. So we are actually, staking a life here. I would definitely say each and every student, those who are there in ORN, not happy with the conditions they are living. Most of our time are being spent on the library. We just sleep at home. And then after the full time, the 24 hours, almost like 18 hours, we are there on the library.
And all these libraries you're talking about are in the basement.
Yeah, most 99% of the libraries are running on the basements. And every officials are aware of it. They go to that area, they go, they visit regularly to that area. But they have the nexus between the coaching centers. There are strong connections between them. They don't even ask that why are they running, they breaching the law and violating the laws. There is no accountability from the side of the MCT officials as well and coaching centers as well. So we students, there is nobody who could be approached, and these are not the things which we could discuss to our parents, because at the end our parents are they are more concerned about our life. They are more concerned about we come from so far, but then the things are not aligned up.
Yes.
The
So all of your
infrastructure is not
students
good.
coming from far off cities, you deserve better, and Delhi needs to do better than this. In fact, all our municipalities and the richest municipalities, including Delhi and Mumbai, need to do better. For now, we'll slip into a short break. That's all the time that we had on The Last Word, but this is a story we'll continue to track very, very closely. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Brought to
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
Good evening. This is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. The enormity of the Wayanad tragedy is still not clear, as bodies continue to be found in the mud and water on the site of the incident. Hundreds are still missing. The landslide in Villarimala in Kerala's Wayanad on 30th have swept away large parts of several villages. As survivors of the landslides pick up pieces staring at an uncertain future, the large-scale destruction has again raised questions on unscientific and unplanned construction. The river, which once used to course through houses and buildings, changed its course. Hundreds of houses were destroyed along its path. Despite a precedent of landslide in this region, why were we caught unawares, we ask? Remember, landslides are a regular phenomenon on the eastern flank of Kerala, where it rises up to the mighty Western Ghats. And according to the Earth Sciences Ministry, Kerala accounted for 2,239 of 3,782 landslides between 2015 and 2022. Today we stand with the people of Wayanad and express solidarity. In fact, NDTV is also running a campaign to support the survivors of this horrific tragedy. You can also join our campaign. The details are on your television screen. Even as we pay tribute to the victims, we must go beyond words and reflect on what policies could have been adopted. What are the lessons learned? And can we prepare ourselves better to avoid another catastrophe? I would be bringing in the experts in just a bit, but first up, a ground report.
Day 4 of the rescue operation at Kerala's Wayanad resumed today, with the new bridge helping rescuers and rescue material reach many remote locations isolated by the landslides. But is the hope to find more survivors fading?
There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them.
Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi's walk on the bridge evoked sharp reactions from the BJP.
Of course, it is a terrible tragedy. I think Kerala has not seen this type of a tragedy in one area. And I think I'm going to raise it in Delhi and also with the Chief Minister here, that this should be treated differently. This is a different level of tragedy and it should be treated differently.
वायनाड में जो अभी हादसा हुआ है, जो एक नेग्लिजेंस के कारण 300 से ज़्यादा लोग की मृत्यु और बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन में एक तबाही जो हुआ है, उसमें वहाँ के एमपी लास्ट व्यक्ति हैं वहाँ पर पहुँचने वाला। और काफी सारे केरल में, केरल के बाहर, देश में काफी सारे लोग पूछने लगे हैं कि यहां पर हुआ क्या है और यहां के एमपी का अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्या है.
Politics over human loss aside, veterinarians from the State Animal Husbandry Department were at the spot, rescuing over 100 stranded animals. While thermal scanners are being used to detect survivors, dog squads are deployed to sniff out cadavers, and several earth-moving equipment is in the affected areas.
There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here. But still, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
And joining me on the big fight tonight, Dr. Roxy Matthew Cole is the climate scientist at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. We also have Rajiv Chandrasekhar, senior BJP leader and former Union Minister. Sonam Wangchuk, environmentalist, educator and activist, is joining us. We also have Dr. Thara KG. She is a former member of State Disaster Management Authority, Government of Kerala. Dr. V. Sivadasan is a member of Parliament of the CPIM. Deepa Rahul Ishwar is actress and author. Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress, and Tom Vadakan representing the BJP. Before I bring in the politicians, I want to understand from you, Dr. Roxy. Thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by saying so. Wayanad is still a developing story because the death toll is rising with every passing hour. What makes this terrain so landslide prone? And we have been talking about the early warning systems. Can early warning systems detect landslides and, can we take necessary precautions alongside for that?
There are multiple factors leading to these landslides over Kerala and across Western Ghats. We are seeing these kind of events developing over Western Ghats, other Himalayan states, and also northeastern states, and particularly Western Ghats, because if you take states like Kerala, more than half of the region is landslide-prone area, at least hills and mountains with more than 20-degree slope. And we are having the monsoon rains in its intense form these days. And what we are seeing with the data is that since 1950s, the extremes in monsoon rains have intensified in terms of the frequency, intensity, and the area covered and the duration as well. Yeah. So we see a season's or a month's rain impinging on the land in a few hours to a few days' time. Yeah. And when these rains, extreme rains, happen over a slope with 20 degrees or 40 degrees, like what we see in Wayanad, the land cannot hold it anymore, and you see landslides happening. And on top of that, it is important to see the specifics. I should say the specifics are not clear in terms of these Wayanad landslides, but we need to examine if there are other activities that have aggravated the landslides as well, like land use changes, quarrying, mining, and all those kind of activities.
This entire region is also known for tree plantation. Does it make it difficult and more landslide prone?
From what I understand, this region has forest area close by. It has plantations as well, tea plantations. There used to be people and townships there, which has been totally washed away. So it's a mix of vegetation, forest cover, and also human intervention. It's always difficult for a populous state like Kerala, where the residences and activities are spread out throughout the state, it is quite difficult to evacuate people, move people away, and so on from these kind of hazardous areas. But that is something we need to think about if you want to save lives.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll be coming back to you in just a bit as well. Let me bring in Rajiv Chandrasekhar as well. Mr. Chandrasekhar, I'm speaking to you on a day that, the death toll in Wayanad is continuing to rise. As a politician from Kerala who has worked in the state as well, what are your thoughts? Here at NDTV, we are also running this campaign, Care for Kerala.
No, obviously, Maria, this is an extremely tragic and it is extremely painful just to watch, even on TV, and having over 300 lives lost and scores and hundreds of people upended from their homes, devastated, families devastated. And by the way, there are a large number of undocumented workers who work on the plantations there. It's not clear if those they have been accounted for. So I think the damage and the lives lost will only increase from here. But as the Army and the NDRF and the Navy and the Air Force has swung into action and are rescuing people, I think it is time for all of us also to look at the rehabilitation, rebuilding, giving the lives back to a lot of these people who've been very, very seriously disrupted. Their lives have been completely upended. So the focus really now at some point, yes, I know we are all focused on rescuing everybody, and as we should, but I would appeal to all your viewers to also start trying to help in rebuilding. There are many organizations that are raising monies. The good organizations should be supported so that we can start building homes for those who have lost homes. We have, giving care for those who have been injured, and livelihoods for those who have lost livelihood. So there is a lot to be done. While the news cycle may last a few days, I request all of us to stay focused till people are back on their feet and totally, able to survive on their own again.
And Mr. Chandrasekhar, you just mentioned that there are a lot of people who are perhaps still unaccounted for because they could be working in plantation areas. Do you think this tragedy could have been averted? Because there is a blame game, an unfortunate one, which is playing out between the centre and the state on whether the alerts were sounded at all. Or should we just forget about it and look at what is playing out right now? And do you think we must be more prepared?
Look, there's a saying, those who don't learn from history are destined to repeat it. I think this is extremely important while we focus on rescue and rehabilitation, that we also spend time in understanding why this tragedy happened, why this disaster happened. I'm of the view that this could have been prevented, that this could have been forecast, and it was in a lot of ways in 2009, 2010, 2011. Many expert committees have pointed to the growing vulnerability of this area, the growing risks due to afforestation and the rampant encroachment and the absolute and unfortunately, both the UPA government at that time in Delhi and whose Congress government was in the state as well did nothing. And I know this is not the time for blame game. This is not the time necessarily to convert this very serious conversation into something that of a political blame game. But a serious discussion needs to be had on why these people had to die. I believe strongly that these lives could have been protected. These loss of lives could have been prevented if people had taken the right decisions at the right time. Those with the authority and responsibility had actually acted with the authority and responsibility that they had, and they could have prevented most of this from happening. But obviously, people will say this is not the time for blame game. And I certainly am not the kind of person who wants to do political point scoring on this. I think we have to certainly make sure that we don't allow a repeat of this ever again in Kerala or indeed anywhere in the Western Ghats. And therefore, it is an absolute important for us to understand what successive governments in the state did not do and should have done, and what the central government, when faced with these expert committee reports, when they had their state government of the same party, did not do what they had to do.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Shama Mohammed on that note. Dr. Shama Mohammed, the Gadgil report presented to the Union Environment Ministry in 2011 was supposed to be a wake-up call for states, that allow rampant construction on hill slopes particularly, with a holistic assessment or risk assessment, which certainly has not been done. And here is Rajiv Chandrasekhar pointing a direct finger at your government in the state and also at the center. Could we have been better prepared? That's my larger question, because the sheer enormity of this tragedy is still something that we are trying to grapple with.
Okay, so before I go on to that, I just saw a press conference of Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar where he says the Member of Parliament, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, is the last one to be here. I am in Mepadi right now. I visited the schools where these people are. I spoke to all of them. A certain school had 50 rooms. Another school had 20 rooms. Rahul Gandhi visited each room. I went to all of them and I spoke to all of them. He went to each one of them. That's how he feels. Unlike Prime Minister Modi, who has not visited Manipur even now. So he has nothing. We in Kerala do not play politics when a disaster like this happens. There are no parties here. It's all about saving these people. So I would ask Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar to keep quiet at this point of time. I can also come out and say about Joshimath, what happened in Uttarakhand last year, where they said excessive building, because of excessive building in that state is why the landslide happened. Now here we had a 2011 Gadgil report. I agree with you. What happened is Mr. Oman Chandi wanted to do something about the report in 2012, but the reason was the people here, they protested. The local says, no way, you're taking away our livelihood. We want to build it. It was huge protest even from the church also. So even from the other community, even the Muslim community, everybody. So the reason, when I spoke to them today, I went to speak to these people, and it was really sad, Maria, because there is a mother who lost a son and husband, but she has a daughter. There is a child who has lost 3 siblings, but the mother is alive, father is not there. So excessive tragedy here. And they agreed. Today I told them, listen, because you protested, you understand what has happened because you were not allowing the government to go on. There was huge protest. They said, now we understand what is happening. And there are people who are in the camp whose houses are still there in Churumala. Means their house have not been damaged, but they're not allowed to go and stay there. So they're also complaining, we want to go back. But if we let them go back, or the government here lets them go back, then again, we don't know what's going to. So there is a lot of rain today, it's little less. So I understand their suffering, and what I've understood when I spoke to them is they don't need, there's a lot of food, bed, medicines, everything is there. Basically, they need homes now. It's rebuilding of the infrastructure, basically houses for all these people. And right now, they have to be moved out of these schools because schools are going to start. So rented houses first for them. And then, of course, as early as possible, we even asked the central government. In fact, I would like to tell Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, unlike the floods in 2018, please help the state of Kerala. The central fund should come to Kerala to help rebuild the Wayanad and make houses here and not argue about who's come here, who's not come here. Yes, there is a Gadgil report. Now we should really work on it. Absolutely. And in a very fast pace.
And since you are on ground, Shama, you're sharing their stories. It's heartbreaking to even hear about it. I'm sure it's even more difficult to see what you're seeing.
When you hear it, you have tears in your eyes, because that mother, she just hugged me and said, my son is gone. He's 29 years old. I just saw him 2 days ago. So she's in shock. She can't even speak. So there is a child who's lying, a 5-year-old, whose both parents are not there. So he's an orphan. Now we have to look, the grandparents are missing. And there are people, because of the force of the landslide, you see limbs, they got limbs, just body parts. Even now, just now, I was there. I mean, I didn't go to the place where they are where the work is happening, but they are still looking out for life. They got a sound radar, it seems. So the people out here, I must commend them, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, the people, the local people out here, whichever party they belong to, whether the Congress, the CPM, the BJP, or whatever party they belong, all of them are working together, even the Indian Union Muslim League, each one of them, even now working at this hour to see if there is a life, we can save another life, because a lot of people are not accounted for, So just now, even the MLA, when I was wanted to see the MLA over here, Mr. Siddiq, but he is busy at a place with other also leaders. They are burying people or cremating them who are not, nobody has come for these bodies. You see, so whole families, extended families have gone, and this has never happened in Kerala.
Absolutely.
So I urge Rajiv.
Anand is a journalist and columnist from Kerala. He's also joining us. But Dr. Thara, we have to hold people accountable. Somebody has to answer to that mother who has lost her son and daughter. Somebody has to answer to countless such families. Who will be doing that accountability? Who will be held accountable? And who will be ensuring that similar tragedies do not happen in future?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we all should hold ourselves responsible for what had happened, because this is absolutely, there is no doubt that this is a natural calamity, because such a massive scale, landslide has never happened in the country. And this place has received rainfall, excessive rainfall, half of the annual rainfall expected, half of it we received within 2 days' time. So this is absolutely no doubt that this is a consequence of natural result of climate change and changing patterns in rainfall. But I would also add that the impact, like in other states or in other parts of the country, the impact has been aggravated by human intervention. Like, for example, if we had a land use policy, we don't have land use policy in any of the states in the country. So, but I keep wishing that if we had a land use policy, that here you should not go for any construction, and here you should leave a plain ground so that the excess water can be absorbed by the soil. And here you should cultivate, go for cultivation. You should have a paddy field so that 20,000 liters of water can be absorbed in by 1 hectare of paddy field. Such kind of planning doesn't exist because we don't have a land use policy in place in any of the states in the country. That is number one. Number two, we none of the states, including Kerala, we don't have a floodplain zonation maps. We don't have a floodplain marking also. You must have observed in the videos of what had happened in Wayanad is that the river has overflowed to both sides, occupying a large area which was thickly populated. And these, what the law says is that on either side of the river, you should leave 500 meters. That means half a kilometer place is meant for the river only. When there is excess of water, when the river floods, the river should be able to overflow onto the floodplains. No construction activity should happen on the floodplains. That is a policy. That is a law. But in no state, including Uttarakhand or Himachal Pradesh or Bihar or Assam, wherever, whichever state you're talking about, we don't have this floodplain maps. We don't have a floodplain policy also. All the tourism centers have come up along the river floodplains.
Okay, so let me ask that question to Dr. Sivadasan. Dr. Sivadasan, a 2022 study in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health has actually showed that 62% of the forests in Wayanad had disappeared between 1950 and 2018, while plantation cover rose by 1800%. The question is, why was that even allowed?
See, this is the time of rescue and rehabilitation. So all are working for that. Here, somebody is trying to make some political gain, but I am not going to make any statement now. Everybody, except their affiliation to the political parties or religious beliefs, whatever, we need to work together for this rescue and rehabilitation. There in Wayanad, under the leadership of Chief Minister of Kerala, the entire mechanism, their military is there, army and police force is there, there is the local people, volunteers and some of the other young youth organizations, all are working together for rescue and rehabilitation. Now, Kerala need more help from the union government. So, inside the parliament and outside also, we request our union government for a package, Wayanad and Kerala package, for to assist the Kerala and Wayanad, the people in Wayanad. So, otherwise, this recent incident and the after effects we can't overcome. So, I believe the union government will provide and all assistance from their side. There, I think everybody knows that the hundreds of houses already demolished, and we are unable to say how many lost their lives. So we need to make hospitals and schools and other facilities we need to arrange. So the coming days, we all are worried about the situation because water
yes,
is somewhere the water
Wayanad,
is there.
Rebuilding
so,
that entire area. Tom Vadakan, can centre walk with the state for rebuilding right now rather than talking about what went wrong? You know, while we look at what went wrong, the need of the hour is less politics, more collective effort.
Maria, this government under Modi ji will walk that extra mile to ensure rehabilitation in that area. Let that be very clear. Lip services have been served by some political tourists who have come there 3 days later. But the advisory to them is to avoid VIP movement because there are persons working, risking their life in that area. So I have 2 submissions to make. You asked me about what the central government plans to do. I told you that we will walk that extra mile. But let me add, 16 hours before this tragedy, there is a report from Wayanad Hume. The organization is called Wayanad Hume Center for Ecology and Wildlife. They had given 16 hours in advance information to the administration and nothing happened. The fact of the matter is, when you have rainfall about 600 mm in a particular place, which is prone to a landslide, that is waiting to happen. If action was taken, the district administration had asked people to move. They're saying there was no red alert from Delhi. The alerts were going on, whether it was red, blue, green. Alerts were going on. What was the government of Kerala doing? And what was the 5-year stint of Rahul Gandhi when he did not speak up in parliament on the ecosystem there? One mention of it, no, he didn't. And today he goes there, disturbs the local rehabilitation program, the rescue teams, and is there doing photo ops to feel that his sister is going to contest from there. Stop this. This politicization must stop. We are suffering. People of Kerala are suffering. Keep politics out of it. Do something now. The center is totally cooperating. Every step will be taken to ensure that every family is rehabilitated. Food will be directed. Hospitalization costs will be taken up. And there will be packages to the Kerala government. Let me assure them. But this kind of lip service taking photographs.
So you are saying that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi's presence is about lip service. Shama Mohammed?
Can I just... Yeah, I mean, how you look at the BJP and look at the other parties here. The only party who's playing politics is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi, if he did not go there, what would they say? Look, the member of parliament from Wayanad is not even stepping into Wayanad. What are you trying to say? He went there, he spoke to each one of them, and he understood, like what I understood today, the most important thing they need are houses. And that's why Rahul Gandhi said the Congress party is going to build more than 100 houses today. He announced, of course he has to go there and see the ground situation. It can't be like Manipur, where people are still dying for the last 1 year and the Prime Minister of India is not visited. Let me also remind Mr. Tom Vadakan, in 2002, Prime Minister Vajpayee went when there was an earthquake in Gujarat. In 2012, Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister, went to Assam when there was a huge flood out there.
Dr. Sivadasan,
I fail to understand why...
Dr. Sivadasan, a quick response on what Tom Vadakan has said on the response of the state government.
See, somebody is trying to politicalize this entire issue and entire incident. So again, I am repeating. Earlier in Parliament, Home Minister have made some statement. I have given privilege notice to the chairman of Rajya Sabha. That thing is there, but I am sorry to say, together, without considering our political affiliation, we need to work together. The people, the lives of the human being is in mortuary. The volunteers, the entire machinery searching for the human being in those who are there, the missed persons. So I am requesting Tom Vadakan also. Now, this is the time of rescue and rehabilitation. Try to avoid unnecessary statement, and I am not going to make other statement here in such moment.
Okay. Let me bring in Anand as well, the journalist from Kerala. Anand, since someone who is there on ground besides Shama Mohammed and others, what are you picking up? How long and how many more days for this entire rescue to continue? Do you have an estimate or assessment?
I would say that it would continue for many more days, and because a lot of bodies are still being excavated from under the earth and under the rubble, and although it is assumed that more lives cannot be saved, but the people who are dead and the loved ones are still going and searching for these bodies to be so that they can be given an honorable funeral. So that is there. But Maria, if I can comment on the politics, because I'm a political journalist. So I would say that it's only when such disasters strike that the CPM wants to keep politics aside and wants everybody to keep politics away. But I would bring in to the notice of Dr. Shivadasan, the Rajya Sabha MP, that the CPM has been undertaking a development strategy that is totally against the state of Kerala. It's a totally it's a U-turn from their once earlier stand from 1964 when the CPM was formed, or from 1957 when the undivided CPI came to power in Kerala.
Let's have Dr. Sivadasan on the screen also, please. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, at that point, they were totally against development. They were against computers. They were against tractors. But now they are on a development, totally, anti-environment, anti-ecology mode. They want to, furrow a tunnel through the Mepadi Hills where this landslide occurred, and they want to build consensus for the K-Rail, the Silver Line project, which would build embankments. Which would prevent the water from eroding, from going to the sea. So they are totally, I think they are being very hypocritical. when they say that, they
Okay, Dr.
want
Sivadathan, will you respond to that?
Yes. I am. How can I make the reply to him? Because how the person will make such statement in the situation, like such statements. So my the development of Kerala, CPIM left movement have a clear perspective on the development of Kerala. The entire development, the health, education, and different areas, Kerala achieved a very good development. Everybody knows that in HR index, Kerala is in the first, and ecological speciality of Kerala that also will be protected. The Kerala government has passed different of legislations. So these legislations for the people, not for the corporates. Here in Jharkhand and somewhere we see the such kind of interventions, but these representative, the last speaker, he made very wrong statement. So development is the part of the society. National highway, rail, and other connectivity, communication facility. These all things are very necessary for the development of entire society. So CPIM, left movement, stand for the development for entire people. There in Mepadi also, we need to construct a good hospital and school facility and everything need there also. Though Democratic Youth Federation and a lot of organizations already declare their project for this area, Wayanad and Mepadi area. So my request, the people are requesting the help from various areas, CMDRF, Chief Minister's Relief Fund, also collecting through the CMDRF. Also, we are collecting the fund, and their proper plan also already. Our elected representative and officials already made the plan for the development plan in that area.
Okay.
So
there, talking specifically about development,
we need more assistance from the.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
more
talking
assistance
about
from
development,
the union
unplanned development, unscientific development, Dr. Tara, where did it all go wrong?
I think we also need to take into account to redefine what we mean by the term development. Development for whom and for what? Are we specifying by the term development that we need to ensure that every single person has access to clean water? Are we ensuring that we have each person has got access to clean air, and also ensure that they can have stable ground under their feet? These are the three things so necessary for any human beings or for any animal species to have a sustainable life. But unfortunately, we have an urge to go for mega projects, and we are trying to make another Barcelona or another Switzerland in this remote part of this world. Kerala should have a Kerala model of development. A 6-lane road, national highway along the parallel to the Western Ghat hills, which are so fragile, is not at all advisable. But we all talk about speed and how fast we can reach one place from one place to the other. And this about the I just want to add to this allegation about VVIP's visit. If Mr. Rahul Gandhi had visited this place last, he was the last person to visit. That is the main allegation now being raised. I would appreciate him for being the last person, because the first lesson in disaster management that we talk about is that we learn is no VIP should visit that place. They should not disturb the ongoing activities, rescue activities, because so much of a diversion of manpower and attention and this administrative setup will be diverted. to ensure their
yes,
safety.
absolutely.
The
Dr.
government
Roxy,
has
let me bring in Dr. Roxy as well, because you raised an important point about development at the cost of human lives. Is that what we are looking at right now? Dr. Roxy, the question is also of Western Ghats. Are they really prepared for this kind of development work which is really being undertaken? Or do you think that it has to do with the climate change, that the climate in general has become such that we have to prepare ourselves in a different way altogether?
Right. So these rains and landslides are going to intensify further into the future. So we need several early warning systems and policies in place. So what we have right now is a rainfall-based alert system. So the Met Department sees in its forecast, okay, the rainfall is going to be about 150 millimeter or 200 millimeter. They gives out a yellow or orange or red alert. Yeah, but this do not convert into ground reality. It doesn't say whether landslides will occur, whether flash floods will occur. So we need to have a system which needs interdepartmental, interministerial cooperation. For example, the meteorology department should be talking to the geology department and the hydrology department, so that there is a model framework where the rainfall forecasts are transferred or converted to landslide and flash flood forecasts. Such a forecasting system it's possible with the current technical know-how and the data that we have. It needs ministries to work together. It needs people to work together. Technologies are already in place, right? But that is only the first step, which gives us a 2 or 3 days in advance warning, okay, that there is a potential for landslides in place. Now, this can sometimes save lives, sometimes it may not work exactly, because the accuracy of rainfall forecasts are not that great in the tropical area, in the tropical region where India is, or Kerala is. So what happens is that these weather systems are fast moving and fast evolving, and they're short systems, where the unpredictability or uncertainties are quite large. So what we need is policies and assessment. So assessment that map landslide prone areas. And we have the data for that. Most of these areas like Wayanad are a map. We have granular data showing landslide prone areas. So if we can identify the panchayats and districts where the landslides are at a hazardous level, we can take action. We can have policies safeguarding the lives and livelihoods of people. And that should be the way forward.
Okay, so let's start wrapping up this discussion, and I'm going to begin with Anand. Anand, lessons learned and what should be done for Kerala, for Wayanad in the next 48 to 72 hours? Because you're there, I'm sure you understand the challenges that people are facing.
The immediate rescue is being done, well. I don't have any suggestions to make. They're doing it well. Okay. But the state disaster relief management has to improve on what they're doing. They have a part-time force, which they have to have a full-time, battalion to meet any such events in future. But I would say that, in Wayanad, people, the state government should actually have a rethink. Why is Harrison's Malayalam plantation sitting on such a huge, acres of land, which they leased from the state many years ago, and now they are refusing to vacate that property? And this happened in Idukki during the Pettimudi landslide. The government has to go to the court and get that land freed and distribute it to the people. People are going and settling in far-off places because they don't have any land left. The state government, successive governments, Congress and LDF governments, which used to speak about land reforms in the past, they've stopped doing that. And now they've, they are getting donations from the businessmen. There are 5,000 to 10,000 quarries operating in Kerala, and many of them in Wayanad. I mean, why are we not talking about that? I think we need to talk about the way of development forward. I mean, Kerala can't sustain this kind of development in future. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Sividasan, a quick 30 seconds to you, please. Go ahead. Okay, I believe he has left. So, Tom Vadakkan, coming to you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, Tom Vadakkan, please go ahead.
Development in the name of indiscriminate quarrying and deforestation is one immediate situation that needs to be considered immediately. The talk here was, I accept of the suggestions Mr. Roxy Matthews suggested, that there has to be a greater focus not just on the Western Ghats, but especially on the area of Wayanad and the neighboring areas. Because the current practice is to predict situations based on rainfall. But rainfall is an index, as I said. If the rainfall exceeds 600 mm, there is disaster waiting to happen. And out of the total figure of disasters that we have seen on landslides, maximum has been in Kerala. Out of the 3,000, 2,000 has happened and more has happened in Kerala. There is something rotten in that area which needs to be examined by governments that have been there for some time, whether it is Congress or Marxist. They need to act. The central government's role is to give them advance information. We are working through it.
Okay.
That is
Dr. Shama Mohammed? And then I'll give the last word to Dr. Thara. Please go ahead. Dr. Shama Mohammed, quickly, please.
A couple of things. Yes, there has been an increase in illegal mining, quarrying, in fact, also a lot of homestays, and the way land has been cultivated. Of course, one has to be very stern with this. But let's also understand that embankments in Assam, for the floods have been built, but we still have huge floods. So now they're saying the report before building embankments is not right. We have a pollution crisis in Delhi, which I face every year in October, November. We can't use cars, everything is shut. Children can't go onto the sports field. And then there's a blame game among states, like one government says it was Punjab. Let me finish. Punjab, the other, I'm talking about, and the other one says it. I didn't interrupt.
Government in Delhi.
So
whenever you touch on Delhi,
okay, ma'am, Tom Vadakkan, this is really not the time of politics, and that's why I want to give the last word to Dr. Thara. Let's have Dr. Thara on the screen. Dr. Thara, the concerns are certainly.
So what I'm trying to say is that we want the centre not to stop giving us money like you did in the last flood. Please.
Yes. So the bigger question is, stop playing politics. This is not the time for politics. Right now is the challenge for disaster management. And biologists, conservationists are all looking into solutions. Your big takeaway in terms of the lesson learned, ma'am?
Is that a question to me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, Dr. Thara.
In fact, it is high time that we should start emphasizing on the long-term action plans to mitigate the natural disasters, because there is absolutely no way how we can prevent them from happening, especially in the time during the times of this climate change and global warming. We can only mitigate them. So long-term planning is absolutely needed, and the development should be sustainable in a way to ensure that there are places where no development zones should be demarcated, so that we can have this equilibrium.
Right.
And IMD warning should be perfected so that we get very clear.
We are better prepared, perhaps. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom Vadakkan, Dr. Shama Mohammed. Ma'am, I'm going to continue this conversation off air with you, Dr. V. Sividasan, Dr. Thara and Anand. We have Sonam Wangchuk, environmentalist and activist, also joining us. Sonam, thank you so much. You are an educator, reformist, innovator. Of course, you have worked in multiple terrains. When you look at these reports coming in from Wayanad, where do you think we have horribly gone wrong with our ecology? And have we really missed the climate bus?
Thank you very much. Yes, it saddens me every time I see these events in Wayanad or all over Himalayas. It has to do with two reasons, global and local. The global, we cannot blame local, but there are local reasons also. Of course, as climate change happens, global warming happens, the seas, the oceans, especially the Arabian Sea, heats up and moist air rises. And then as the Indian subcontinent heats up even more, each year it's the hottest. So the air rises, causes a low pressure, and these moist air winds from the ocean comes in to fill, and they shed their water in cloudbursts and heavy rains in places like Wayanad or hills like Himalayas. Now, that is the global part. But locally also we are adding to the problems because we are often, cutting away jungles and making the hills destabilized. Similarly, we do blind infrastructure development without assessing the integrity of the hills and so on. Then our early warning systems could help us a little bit. Even those are not very effective often. So combination of these issues cause catastrophes like these.
And Sonam, we are looking at multiple catastrophes, one would say, cloudbursts, landslides in several parts of India, and of course incessant rain, which is leading to flooding as well. What do you think is going wrong with our country vis-a-vis town planning and urban planning?
Yes, a lot of the times I see that we make good policies, but we don't stick to them. We have too much play in how they can be twisted, and anything is okay till disaster strikes. Whereas most countries are very strict, and they invite, anger when they implement policies from people, and thereby suffer less consequences when disaster strikes. Whereas here we are lenient when executing, and then we have to all regret. So one hand, we have to have stricter, norms. On the other hand, we have to understand our ecology better to form very good, sound policies. And then thirdly, of course, we have to, as everyone around the globe, have to look at our behavior change and lifestyle change, which is adding to all these problems.
My last question to you. We at NDTV are running a campaign, Care for Kerala. Your thoughts on that? Would you like to make an appeal?
Very good. I think every accident and disaster should be a good lesson for the others and support for the place that is in question. So not only should we support and send our concerns and our wishes for the people in Kerala, but if we learn lessons from them and prevent the next one, if governments learn and if lawmakers learn, engineers and architects learn, political leaders particularly learn from these, then their loss will be lesser because it will prevent future losses. So I wish you the best with this, and it's a good step that you have taken.
Thank you so much for joining us. Sonam Wangchuk, the environmentalist, sharing his thoughts on the Wayanad tragedy. With that, I've come to the end of this week's edition of The Big Fight. I'll be seeing you next week. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali.
There are multiple factors leading to these landslides over Kerala and across Western Ghats. We are seeing these kind of events developing over Western Ghats, other Himalayan states, and also northeastern states, and particularly Western Ghats, because if you take states like Kerala, more than half of the region is landslide-prone area, at least hills and mountains with more than 20-degree slope. And we are having the monsoon rains in its intense form these days. And what we are seeing with the data is that since 1950s, the extremes in monsoon rains have intensified in terms of the frequency, intensity, and the area covered and the duration as well.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride.
Somebody who has written extensively, not only about the economics of misinformation, which is probably something that is very well associated with him, but also about the high degree of polarization in American politics, and in the present context, very relevant to the fact that how Kamala Harris joining the race will have a deep impact, at least on the current presidential poll scenario. Professor Matthew Baum, welcome to NDTV. And my first question to you, sir, would be, how do you think Kamala Harris joining the race now and President Biden, of course, exiting the race, how does that change the scenario, the electoral scenario for the presidential elections in the United States?
Well, I mean, I think it completely upended the way things were heading in the weeks before Biden dropped out. Almost all of the oxygen in the campaign was about Biden's age and whether he was up to the task and whether he had any chance of winning. And then the Republicans were very sort of had kind of a triumphal convention, and they were talking about sweeping the Congress, and the Democrats were feeling really gloomy. You started having some big donors withholding campaign contributions, and it was generally looking pretty bleak. When Biden dropped out and immediately endorsed Harris, and everybody sort of in the party sort of quickly coalesced around her, it just flipped the script, because I think a lot of Democrats were, as I said, feeling really borderline hopeless about the trajectory of the campaign. And this was kind of like a shot in the arm, created a lot of enthusiasm, really impressive and quick donations, apparently on the order of 200 million in the first week in terms of campaign contributions to Harris. The polls started showing her more or less even with Trump, whereas Biden had been running consistently behind in most of the swing states. So in the short run, at least, it rejuvenated the Democratic campaign. I mean, it's hard to say how it will play out in the longer run because, she hasn't run a campaign like this before. And the Republicans hadn't really been directing their fire at her. And now they were obviously thrown off balance in a big way by this. And then after that, you had the really shaky introduction of J.D. Vance as Trump's vice presidential candidate and the gaffes that he's committed. And so as a consequence, so far, she hasn't really sort of endured an aggressive campaign, focus by the Republicans and by the media, but that is sure to come. So we'll have to see how it plays out over time.
Professor, you have also written extensively, researched extensively about misinformation, the term that is loosely known today as misinformation. You've also written about the economy of misinformation, as in the money that misinformation makes for certain products, certain companies. Do you think that it is because of the phenomena like social media and the proliferation of misinformation that Mr. Donald Trump remains immensely popular, despite what many would say incorrectly held beliefs and incorrectly articulated commentary, in the sense that it is at least not factual?
Well, I think social media was obviously a critical tool in his rise in 2015 and 2016. He was treated as kind of a joke by the mainstream media when he first announced his campaign in 2015. And it was his ability to communicate directly with tens of millions of people through his Twitter feed that kind of allowed him to run sort of a guerrilla campaign and allowed him to kind of do an end around the mainstream media. But that said, I think it's an overstatement to say that he's immensely popular. This is a very divided country. His approval ratings tend to run between 40 and 45%, which is not what I would call immensely popular, because we have an electoral college and that has sort of a variety of anti-majoritarian elements baked into it. You don't necessarily have to have majority support to win an election. Seems pretty unlikely to me that Trump will ever have consistently the support of a majority of Americans, but critically, he doesn't need that. So he has played to the conservative and right-wing base of his party. Almost all of his appeals focus pretty narrowly and targeted on kind of motivating his base so that they vote in really high numbers and hopefully demoralizing the other side, the base of the other side, so that they don't vote in similarly high numbers. So it's very much about getting your people to the polls and trying to suppress the other side, rather than building a broad coalition that would make you kind of a majority or would win you support of the majority of the electorate. So yes, he's disproportionately popular among white men, especially working class white men. Those aren't the only folks that support him, but it is kind of a core constituency for him, for sure.
It is interesting, Professor, even probably disheartening to many, that you have repeatedly described America as a deeply divided country. Do you think that social media has a role to play here, or do you think that it is just one of the factors? It is the factor that I was interviewing Thomas Friedman some time back, and Friedman said that, social media is like a dart gun. And how much, you would attribute how much attribution you would do to the social media for the phenomena like for the rise of Trump and for the phenomena that we are seeing across Europe as well?
It's certainly not because of social media. Social media is certainly not the cause. Polarization in this country sort of bottomed out after World War II in the 1950s and into the at least much of the 1960s, starting in the early 1970s with Watergate into the 1980s. We've seen a steady, gradual increase in polarization. It increased with the emergence of Newt Gingrich in the House of Representatives and a different strategy for trying to regain the majority in the House by tearing down the other side or demonizing the other side, more aggressively than had been done before. Then during the Clinton administration with first the Whitewater and then the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Then you can think about the controversies around the 2000 election in Florida and the Iraq War and the financial crisis, and just go forward, and you can see the polarization was increasing over. There was this arc of rising polarization emerging over 4 or 5 decades. Social media doesn't exist before 2008 or so. And it really doesn't become kind of the force that it is for some time until sometime after that. So what does that mean, that social media don't matter? No, that they certainly do as an accelerant, among other things. Thomas Friedman, journalist, not professor, I'm sorry. His analogy, I think, is a pretty good one. That gives everybody a dart gun and allows them to sort of fire at each other. And it also facilitates, to some extent, the kind of the emergence of echo chambers that take people who are angry and introduce them to other people who are angry so that they get to make each other more angry. And that has resulted in an increase in the extent to which the two sides dislike each other. It's not just they disagree on policies, but they just don't like each other. And there are all sorts of examples of how that's manifested. So I think social media are an accelerant that exacerbate the problem, but it's absolutely not the case that they created it.
And how much do you think, that science of fake news that you talk about and the economics that drive it, that is behind polarization? And then let me broaden the arc of this question and, let me say that not just in American politics, but the world over, the polity in general, the administrators appear to be deeply divided now. I mean, something that was probably never the cause or the case 2 or 3 decades back.
Well, I suppose I would tell kind of the same story with respect to misinformation or fake news, that it can be harmful. Most people don't encounter very much of it most of the time. The latest research suggests that even during presidential campaigns, people aren't encountering or sharing a whole lot of misinformation, except a relatively small portion of the public is, disproportionately strong partisans who already know what they think, for whom this is, again, more of an accelerant than a creator of their attitudes. That's not to say that it can't be harmful, and in certain situations, very harmful. So I think misinformation is definitely bad. And if you want to sort of talk about this globally, you have governments attempting to orchestrate disinformation campaigns to sort of stir up polarization. We certainly saw that with Russian efforts in the 2016 and to a similar extent, although it didn't get as much attention in 2020 in the U.S. And there have been plenty of incidents around the world where false stories have led to things like riots or innocent people being attacked or killed, possibly influencing some election outcomes in some places. But all that said, I don't think I think we can attribute too much to misinformation or fake news, as you said. It's very easy to point at that when there are a lot of other things going on as well. I don't think misinformation explains the rising appeal of right-wing populism that has sort of spread in Europe and some extent in Latin America and elsewhere, I think you can, identify a variety of factors that have developed over time that, explain this emergence much better. That doesn't mean that populists don't exploit misinformation and social media to help their causes. They do, and it helps them. They're tools that facilitate some of the goals of populist politicians and their supporters. But that's different than saying, then again, attributing all the badness in the world to these phenomena.
Economy in the United States has performed very, very strongly. Actually, many observers would say post-COVID under President Biden very, very well. And despite that, the working class base of at least the white majority is completely allied to Mr. Donald Trump. Trump remains extremely popular. And there are serious charges, at least in the press. Various publications have said that are there against Mr. Trump. And despite that, Donald Trump remains extremely popular. And Mr. Biden, despite doing well, doesn't seem to be popular on that front, at least. So what do you think is behind that?
Well, I think there are several things going on here. For one thing, and I was just talking about this with my students yesterday, actually, what happened with, in terms of the economy, most of the economic indicators in the U.S. Have performed really well, in some cases better than, as well as they have in half a century. What the real outlier is that we had this spike in inflation. It didn't last that long, but Americans haven't really dealt with inflation in like 4 decades. And it sort of became this mythological boogeyman that especially Republicans have been sort of sounding the alarm on again and again and again, decade after decade, even as there was no inflation. So when it finally spiked up, it kind of drowned out everything else. Inflation is scary because when you go to the grocery store or a gas station and prices are substantially higher, you notice that instantly and it makes you feel poorer. But it is also, it weighs more heavily than a lot of these other more distant things like the unemployment rate or economic growth or number of jobs created, because it's more personal and combined with the fact that it has been elevated to this mythological boogeyman, because we hear stories about runaway inflation in the 1970s, even though most Americans, or at least most Americans under 40, weren't even born then, and sort of have no experience with the consequences of that. Now, so the inflation declined pretty rapidly and is now only a little bit over sort of the Fed's ideal long-term target of 2%. I think most recently it was running at about 2.5%. Far from a crisis, but as we have seen for decades, public recognition of a change in the economy, especially an improvement in the economy, lags that change substantially. And that's even before you get to the polarized environment in which one side will absolutely refuse to acknowledge that anything has improved. We are more polarized, and half the country is much more stubbornly resistant to accepting that anything good could possibly be happening. So, all of these things combine to reduce the extent to which Biden can benefit from having a good economy. In terms of, Trump's support, this is the subject of much debate. How much of this is about, economic hardship, this sort of the Rust Belt, white working class in the Rust Belt and on the family farms being left behind, and how much of this is sort of cultural resentment, the sort of racial and ethnic diversity, the rising racial and ethnic diversity in the country, the increasing prominence and emphasis on progressive ideals about LGBTQ rights and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all of those things that the Republicans have emphasized that resonate with people who may resent the sense that their country isn't the way they remember it to be. I think, there are economic dimensions, sure. There certainly have been substantial problems with addiction and the opioid crisis. Energy transition has been really hard in some places like West Virginia. So there really are economic factors, but there's also an important cultural dimension. And that's not just in the United States, that's also in Europe with all of the immigration, for instance, following the Syrian civil war, which created economic pressure in those countries and cultural resentments, which populist parties were ready and waiting to exploit. So, there are a lot of things going on, but it isn't just an economic story. And even to the extent it is an economic story, it's not a complete mystery, I think. I think it's kind of, if you kind of look at the way things have unfolded with Biden, as frustrated as the White House surely is, you can sort of see why there's this lag. I mean, if they had another year rather than just a few more months, I think eventually, the fear of inflation would recede, assuming inflation remained low, and then people would start to notice some of the other things, assuming unemployment stayed low and interest rates start to come down, and and the economic indicators remain positive. But that lag, I mean, it's the same sort of thing that doomed George W. Bush in 1992 in his campaign against Bill Clinton. The economy had recovered well before that election, but most Americans thought we were still in a recession, and that hurt him a lot in the election.
And my final question to you, Professor, is that how much do you think realistically Kamala Harris has a chance against the very rampaging Donald Trump at this stage? Remember, the whole instance at Butler has also accentuated his popularity amongst his base, at least. And can Kamala Harris actually really hope to win this one?
I think it's a toss-up right now, honestly. I think it's too close to call. Certainly she can win, and certainly he could win. If you had asked me this a week before Biden dropped out, I would have said Trump is in the driver's seat. Right now he's on defense and she's on offense. The Democrats also have their convention coming up, which will give them sort of an addition, usually would give the party that's having a convention a boost. So that momentum seems likely to last for a while. It's unclear whether it'll be enough to win the election. We'll see, but I definitely think she is competitive at this point, and more so than Biden was.
And thank you, Professor Baum. Thank you very much. And thank you, as always, for your absolutely cogent, crystal clear views on issues that are extremely tricky and probably have a large portion of the world in their grip.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, a show that gets you all that matters from the world of global politics, economics and technology through the lens of India. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Let's get started with headlines. Tensions in West Asia continue after Iran vows to retaliate after Israel assassinated the political chief of Hezbollah and the military chief of Hamas. The region remains tense, oil prices spike. How will this impact India, and will this affect New Delhi's fine balancing act in the region? It's the week of biggest monetary policy overload for global investors. Bank of England cut rates. US Fed has announced plans to cut rates from September. Will emerging markets like India be the biggest beneficiary of global capital inflows? Indian equity markets hit record highs as investors look to regions that offer better returns. Is the US receding its geopolitical space and getting consumed with its domestic political cycle? From Palestine to Ukraine, China is now getting into global conflicts as a mediator. What does this mean for the world, and how will this change China's existing conflicts with other nations? India aims to address increasing climate disasters and calamities with a new legislation. The bill envisages separate disaster management authority to be created for state capitals and cities, along with a comprehensive disaster database that will improve response and reduce damage. And India and Vietnam signed 6 MOUs and have adopted an action plan to broad-based cooperation and ensure a rules-based Indo-Pacific. Vietnamese Prime Minister was on a bilateral visit to India. New Delhi has also extended a $300 million credit line to Vietnam for enhancing maritime security. The big story this week, the tensions in the Middle East that could possibly flare up. Now, how does this affect India? Just how significant is this region for us? And how big a player is India in the Middle East? And most importantly, will this affect India's fine diplomatic balance? Middle East is the world's most polarized, most bifurcated region. Tensions have been escalating, and it could escalate further between Israel and Iran in recent days after Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh's assassination. Before we go any further, let's listen in to the voices that matter. First, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and then a response from Iranian Speaker of Parliament.
לאחר שחיסלנו שלשום את רמטכ"ל חיזבאללה, מוחסן, היום הגיע העימות הסופי לחיסולו של רמטכ"ל חמאס, מוחמד דף. דף היה אחראי לטבח הנורא של ה-7 באוקטובר, וגם לפיגועים רצחניים רבים נגד אזרחי ישראל. הוא היה מבוקש מספר אחד של ישראל במשך שנים, והחיסול שלו מקבע עיקרון פשוט שקבענו. מי שפוגע בנו, אנחנו פוגעים בו.
دوران بزن و در رو تمام شده. این رو ما در عمل نشان داده ایم. ما حواسمون هست، میدانیم که همه این مسئولیت ها و این حوادث به عهده آمریکای جنایتکار هست. هیچ اتفاقی بدون هماهنگی و بدون حمایت آمریکای جنایتکار اتفاق نمیفته.
Now, in this region, India has been very successful in building bridges with rival countries. Now, historically, Middle East has been a source of oil imports for India. It contributes a large chunk of our foreign remittances, but there's a lot more to this than just that. India now has a very diversified economic exchange with several countries, deep security cooperation with most players, in fact, all of them. First is the diplomatic initiatives it's forged, like the I2U2, Israel-India-US-UAE partnership, and the India-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. Both provide significant strategic and economic depth to India in this region. Though they are still in their initial stages, they could actually become very significant. I2U2 could become a possible quad for the region. IMEEC, which is the corridor, has the potential to become a major investment vehicle like the Belt and Road, but without its debt trappings. Now, add to this the increased economic engagements that India has in the region with UAE, Qatar, and several others. Then there are the combined exercises, the air, naval, army exercises with the Emirates, with Oman. Then there are multilateral naval exercises with Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. And what one gets together is a very deep strategic engagement with all players in the Middle East. And the earlier piecemeal approach towards approaching every country with a specific agenda has now been replaced with a much more strategic push. India has also been at the forefront of tackling some of the biggest threats in this region, whether it's the Somalian pirates in the Gulf of Aden or the Houthi rebels that attack commercial shipping lines in the Red Sea. India is not a fringe player in the Middle East. It has successfully navigated the complex geopolitical and geo-religious landscape of this entire region. One where we've displayed our strategic autonomy, we've charted our independent path, we haven't aligned with any particular country, forged deep ties with rival countries, Shia major Iran, and invested heavily in its arch rival, which is Israel, by building and forging defense relationships. But the escalation of the present conflict could affect some of this strategic calculus, like the Chabahar port in Iran, the North-South connectivity project, all of which are very vulnerable to the rise in tensions, which is a likelihood if America comes out in support of Israel. Remember, Iran's causing up to Pakistan is a message to New Delhi that its cold shoulder to SCO is not going unnoticed. All parties in the Middle East are likely to harden their positions, adopt belligerent postures. And if the present tensions continue, it could impact, as I said, India's fine balancing act, which has allowed New Delhi to not fit into any silos till now. But this could change. Just how much is really the key question. In fact, to talk more on this, we have the first top voice on the show. It's almost a certainty that Iran will retaliate to the assassination of the Hamas military chief and the Hezbollah political chief. It's embarrassing, in fact, for the new Iranian president, Mohammad Pezeshkian, and the supreme leader that it happened at the time of his swearing in when the world was watching. But how significant will the impact be? Could this start a chain reaction for all powers? And is this going to put New Delhi in a bind in terms of affecting its fine balancing act in the region, which it has so successfully navigated? That's exactly what I've asked to the first top voice on the show, Sharon Haskell, who's a member of parliament of Israel. Ms. Haskell, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV. My first question, ma'am, as things stand right now, there is a real possibility that this tension will escalate. What measures is Israel taking to ensure that this remains contained? You don't want a full-blown war, do you?
Well, unfortunately, this is not up to Israel. I mean, you need to understand, for the last 9 months, we were attacked, and we are attacked almost on a daily basis from 5 different fronts. Okay, there's Hamas who's attacking Israel, Hezbollah, the army of Iran from the north attacking us, the army of Iran in Syria and Iraq is attacking us, the army of Iran in Yemen, the Houthis, is attacking us, and Iran is attacking us directly. So Israel has contained a lot where it shouldn't. People were murdered by that. But when you come and you butcher and massacre 12 children who they only wanted to go and play sport, they were playing soccer in the whole atmosphere of the Olympics. This is something that, you know, we cannot accept. This is a red line that cannot be crossed. And so we have retaliated with the person who is responsible for this attack, this monster who has thousands of innocent people blood on his hand. You need to understand, the person who was targeted, Fouad, in Beirut, he was a chief advisor, military advisor for Hezbollah, for Nasrallah. In '83, he had a key role in murdering 241 Americans. This is a monster, and this is the person who commanded the massacre of 12 innocent children and babies.
Right. So I'm not getting into the disproportionate or the proportionate retaliation bit, but the fact is that this is now going to lead Iran to also retaliate. Have you considered, or has Israel considered and evaluated the possibility that we are staring at possibly direct intervention by America, and that could mean escalation of a different kind altogether?
So Iran is attacking Israel since the 7th of October in 5 different fronts. We are ready for war. We are ready to defend our people, our children, and our land. And they should be aware of that. Now, Iran has already attacked directly Israel with hundreds of missiles and drones and ballistic missiles. Okay? Try and imagine if India would have been attacked by hundreds of missiles and drones from Pakistan. How would the Indian government react to that? Now, this is a complete declaration of war by Iran, okay? This is the Iranian war that Israel is managing its front line in the last 9 months. But be certain, this is not Israel's war. This is a war of radical Islam against Western civilization. This is a war of those Islamists, Iran, which is not hiding its goal. They want Islamic dominancy worldwide, and that's why they're setting operations and armies with political influence all around the world. Israel is just the front line of Western civilization, people who love democracy, who yearn for freedom, for liberties, for women's rights, for equality. And that war was started by Iran, and we need to understand that this is the main perpetrator. They are the one directing, managing, funding, and in charge of giving those orders.
Sharon, before I ask you the next question, if Pakistan had attacked India, we would have retaliated in no uncertain measures. We defeated them earlier, we would have defeated them if at all any such thing happened at all. Okay, but I want to ask you about the present conflict and also the fact that in America, both presidential candidates want a ceasefire, they want it immediately. Is Israel running out of time?
Absolutely not. The only people that are going to decide when this war is over is the Israeli people. And it will be when we can live here safely in security and peacefully. We are surrounded by murderous enemies who want for our destruction. And so, we are going to be the one who are going to determine when we were able to reach that point where we can live here safely, where my children can go to school and not be worried of being hit by a missile, being murdered by a terrorist. Now, the two presidential nominees, they both have the support of Israel, and they both understand that Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to exist. And in that kind of atmosphere, I think that not enough people really understand the close bond and friendship that we share with America. I mean, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's the only one that shares those values of freedom and equality and freedom of the press and freedom of speech and all of that. Women's rights. And so based on those mutual values and understanding how Iran is the biggest, disabling force, it's the biggest funder of terrorism here. They understand what's at stake. And so I know that no matter who's going to be elected, they're going to have our back. They are going to support us.
Sharon Haskell, appreciate you speaking to me on India Sense. As things stand right now, Air India has suspended its flights to Tel Aviv, explaining just how volatile and fluid the situation is and how immediately it could actually spark into something significant. On that note, we slip into a very short break. Lots more on the other side of India Sense. Stay with us.
Brought to you by.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali.
Welcome back. You're watching India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi. Now, the first wide-angle story on the show, the monetary policy overload that global investors and markets got this week. Bank of Japan hiked rates since they have been abnormally low in the last 15 years. Bank of England cut rates because they've been very high. And the Fed in the US has also indicated that they will do so in September. In the US, a rate cut hasn't happened since March 2020, but it will happen now. And the Fed rate cut impacts everybody. It impacts global markets, future investment outlook, how currencies will behave, and why it matters to us in India as well. We'll come to that, but first up, listen in to what the Fed chief, Jerome Powell, had to say when he announced that there will be a rate cut come September.
Substantially, from a peak of 7% to 2.5%. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in support of a strong economy that benefits everyone. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order to keep demand in line with supply and reduce inflationary pressures. Growth of consumer spending has slowed from last year's robust pace, but remains solid. Investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment stalled in the second quarter after a strong rise in the first.
So why does this matter to us? Why does it matter to India Sense? Because this is great news for us. It impacts everything from equity markets to currency to investments to the startup ecosystem and the funding that some of our startups can get. Now, Indian markets celebrated this. Indices jumped to record highs, and this could continue. And I believe there are 4 reasons why it would. First, India is clocking the highest growth rate in the world. It's primed to attract more FDI going forward. Brazil is the only other emerging market that is competing for global flows, but its size is smaller, so it cannot absorb the amount of funds that India can. Third, most importantly, the US markets have already outperformed. There is now worries that US has already entered a slowdown. Walking into the show, the latest numbers for jobs data came and they were disappointing to say the least. US added 114,000 jobs in the last month, which is very low. In fact, 30% lower than the previous month. So that explains that it's entering a slowdown completely. China is already lagging behind. So where does this all money go? It comes to India. And monetary policy action also impacts the Indian rupee. If it becomes stronger, it will encourage capital flows into the country. It will boost our startup ecosystem, which have of late struggled with getting enough funding. A stronger rupee will also improve our purchasing power, making everything cheaper. From crude oil to foreign travel to foreign education, everything will become cheaper. So what happens in these banks, the monetary policy decisions taken by these banks impacts us positively. All right, shifting focus to the second wide-angle story on the show. Everything that Xi Jinping does has image and optics at its very core, and I'll tell you why. That includes furthering the perception that China's non-democratic economic model is in fact better than the Western free capitalist model. And that's the reason why it's actually playing peacemaker on multiple occasions. The latest being the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where China is set to mediate, or it seems like it will. The conflict is already in its third year. There's a serious prospect of a Trump 2.0 administration, and mediation could probably be the best possible outcome. So in comes China, swoops in to mediate, and as Zelensky knows, and so does NATO, that one of the first decisions that a Trump 2.0 administration will be to end the conflict, and which is why China is looking at mediation efforts. For China, meanwhile, the optics are perfect. Messy American politics contrasting with quote-unquote Chinese statecraft. But China has not even condemned Russia till now, so how can it actually be a neutral party in such a settlement? So what I want to say is, very simply, that China is doing this only because it has absolutely nothing to lose, everything to gain. If peace talks fail, Xi Jinping's ironclad relationship with Putin will strengthen further, since any failure of talks will box Putin in further, leaving him with few, possibly no options whatsoever. As I said, everything that Xi Jinping does has his optics and his influence at its very center. Also, this has less to do with peace and more to do with self-interest. China wants to create an alternate world order where it's a dominant force leading other countries that are either despots or dictatorships and have no qualms about accepting its no-strings-attached funds. Take a look at where all China has been trying to broker peace. Weeks before the Afghanistan government fell, China tried to act as a negotiator with Taliban. And since then, China has used every opportunity to broker peace. Beijing enters into messy conflicts with two clear objectives. One, to send a message that the present world order, where America has been the primary arbitrator, is now defunct. And second, to promote its illiberal style of state-run capitalist economy. In Afghanistan, Chinese President Xi Jinping and his Russian counterpart Putin rubbed shoulders with the Taliban leadership at the third BRI forum in China in 2023, even though they had not formally recognized the Taliban government. In 2023 itself, China managed to get Saudi Arabia and Iran to bury the hatchet after 7 years, which has affected Israel's security calculus with the prospect of Shiite and Sunni leadership coming together. In 2024, China brought together the 14 factions of Palestinian leadership to form a unity government with a 3-step process which included recognition of the state of Palestine in the UN. And now it's the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where China has already outlined a 6-point peace process, subverting the global peace summit. It remains to be seen if China can achieve lasting peace in any of these conflicts, or it could just be furthering its own interests in geographies where it has for long sought to be a relevant player. So what happens when China becomes a mediator of choice in global conflicts? Can a country that violates international law on land and sea be trusted to be a mediator? Or will China only be driven by its own interests of toppling the rules-based order? And what happens to conflicts where China itself is a party, like all its maritime neighbors in the Indo-Pacific? How does the world wrap around these questions and China as a possible mediator? On to Tech Tracker this week. Why is Bitcoin suddenly racing? Why does the future of the cryptocurrency depend on the political leanings and not about its fungibility? In fact, cryptocurrency is now completely wrapped around which way American politics will go from here, and that has financial implications for the world markets and global investors. Take a look at this report that tells you why politics will determine Bitcoin's present and future. American politics now has a sub-theme and a clear sub-voter base, and that is the Bitcoiners. Donald Trump is now at the center of wooing this class of voters who are rich and growing in number. In fact, Donald Trump had once termed crypto as a scam and a disaster, but has since fallen in love with it, skyrocketing its prices, along with garnering millions of dollars in donations for his campaign. American politics now has a sub-theme and a clear sub-voter base, and that is the Bitcoiners. Donald Trump is now at the center of wooing this class of voters who are rich and growing in number. In fact, Donald Trump had once termed crypto as a scam and a disaster, but has since fallen in love with it, skyrocketing its prices, along with garnering millions of dollars in donations for his campaign. Bitcoin has been around since 2009, and as per a Pew Research study, 17% of American adults under the age of 50 have used Bitcoin. But it's the politics of it that will drive its future and its growth. Those on the right feel Bitcoin is a currency that should exist completely outside of government and taxes like capital gains tax. Leftists feel Bitcoin is a stock and not a currency, and ultra-leftists feel Bitcoin is all about evasion of taxes and therefore should be scrutinized more. This explains the Democrats' cautious stance on the asset class. But regulators around the world continue to be wary and seek a greater security framework for cryptocurrencies in general. Those on the left feel that Bitcoin needs to be regulated. Those on the right feel that this is something that is symptomatic of American enterprise. In fact, biggest Silicon Valley names like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel support Donald Trump because they support cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is the technological and political expression of what they believe in. It is backed by blockchain technology, which has everything to do with the tech innovation coming out of the West Coast and not from the Securities Exchange Commission. All right, it's time for the video of the week. Olympics 2024 is in the news for reasons other than sport. The opening ceremony was marred by a lot of questions, and now it's the boxing match between Angela Carini and trans athlete Iman Khalif, who's now caught in crosshairs about his or her gender and whether trans athletes should be competing against male and not female athletes. The video of the week raised a larger question. Take a look.
Solid straight right hand from Khalif there. Choosing to abandon the bout.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Over 300 dead in Kerala's worst ever natural disaster. Hundreds missing in Wayanad as the army steps up the rescue operations. NDTV reports from the epicenter of the Wayanad landslides. Poll panel gears up for the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. The poll panel chief to visit Jammu and Kashmir next week with his deputies. This as the panel is set to review the poll preparedness in the Union Territory. Modi 3.0 launches the first big road project. The government's nod to a 121-kilometer long Guwahati ring road as the cabinet approves over 5,000 crore rupee road project in Assam. A major reshuffle in the border security forces. The BSF chief and his deputy transferred to state cadres. The top paramilitary security officer's tenure is cut short. Lakhsya Sen creates history at the Paris Games. Badminton men's singles, well, good news for India as Sen now in the semi-finals. He's the first Indian male shuttler in the Olympic semis. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, some good news for India at the Paris Olympics as in the badminton men's singles quarterfinal, Lakhsya Sen has won and he has become the first men's singles player to reach the semi-final stage in the Olympics Games. Of course, a historic feat indeed. He has the semi-finals ahead of him, and if he wins the semi-finals as well, it will be indeed an incredible victory for Lakhsya Sen, because it will be the first time that we'll be winning a medal in badminton there in the Olympics. He's the first Indian male shuttler in the Olympics semi, so it's going to be extremely crucial, that semi-finals, which are scheduled at 12 o'clock IST onwards on the 4th of August. So that will be interesting. All eyes on Lakhsya Sen. Of course, this comes after 1 million hearts broke after PV Sindhu was knocked out. But a lot of hope and expectations as far as Lakhsya Sen is concerned. Remember, India's run at the Olympics has truly been fascinating this time around as well. Some incredible stories coming out, particularly as far as shooting is concerned. India's shooting stars truly shining as far as the Paris Olympics are concerned. And in badminton as well, now Lakhsya Sen making history there with his first, by becoming the first Indian male shuttler in the Olympic semi-finals. My colleague Rika Roy is now joining us live from Paris. So Rika, quite an incredible victory there and a historic feat.
Absolutely, Vedant. And it was a very, very intense match in which Lakhsya Sen had to dig deep. I can't actually show you what's happening inside the venue right now because of the restrictions in terms of IOC footage access guidelines. I'm just a few meters away from the range, from the badminton venue, which is buzzing at this moment. There are lots of Indian fans. There are officials who are surrounding Lakhsya Sen. Of course, his journey goes on in the Paris Olympic Games, but it is a moment for India to celebrate after this young boy, 22-year-old, pulled off a remarkable feat. He defeated, Cho Tien Chen after having gone down in the first game, 1921. He made a stirring comeback with two successive wins in two successive games, 21-15, 21-12. And I'll have to tell you that his entire match, we were sitting there watching point by point. It almost looked like a highlight reel that we see on TV. Lakhsya Sen was indomitable. He seemed that it seemed that he is not scared of anyone, because in the last three matches, if you see, he has beaten world number 3, Jonathan Christie. He has beaten H.S. Pranoy, who's higher ranked than him. And now he goes on to beat Cho. In the last 3 encounters, before this, Lakhsya had never beaten Cho. So it wasn't really expected that he was going to breach the Chinese wall. But this 22-year-old clearly fears nothing at the moment, and he is gunning for glory at the Paris Olympic Games. He is one match away for winning that elusive medal that none of the Indian men have won yet. Of course, PV Sindhu and Saina Nehwal has crossed the finish line in getting an Olympic medal each. But for the first time, it seems we are on the verge of seeing an Indian shuttler, a male shuttler, win an Olympic medal. What an incredible moment that will be for India. There were a lot of expectations heaped on the two badminton players who were here as a doubles pair, Satvik and Chirag, but they were knocked out. PV Sindhu was knocked out. Lakhsya Sen remains India's only badminton challenge during the Paris Olympic Games. And the way he is playing the 75-minute encounter, it never felt that he stopped to breathe. It was a breathless encounter between these two, I would say, fantastic players who dug deep into every energy they had in their system to pull off a miraculous result here.
Absolutely, Rika, and you described him appropriately. Indomitable is perhaps the word for Lakhsya Sen, and those interesting semi-finals will be keenly watched across the country. And moving now to our special focus on NDTV, the Wayanad tragedy, which of course is Kerala's worst ever natural disaster in history. Nearly 300 people have died in this absolutely horrific tragedy, the landslides that hit Wayanad. And the army has stepped up the rescue operation as well. Remember, the army completed the construction of a key bridge that is extremely critical to the rescue operations. Hundreds are still feared missing. My colleague Pratibha Raman reports from the epicenter of the landslides.
Day 4 of the rescue operation at Kerala's Wayanad resumed today, with the new bridge helping rescuers and rescue material reach many remote locations isolated by the landslides. But is the hope to find more survivors fading?
There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them.
Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi's walk on the bridge evoked sharp reactions from the BJP.
Of course, it is a terrible tragedy. I think Kerala has not seen this type of a tragedy in one area. And I think I'm going to raise it in Delhi and also with the Chief Minister here, that this should be treated differently. This is a different level of tragedy and it should be treated differently.
वायनाड में जो अभी हादसा हुआ है, जो एक नेग्लिजेंस के कारण 300 से ज़्यादा लोग की मृत्यु और बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन में एक तबाही जो हुआ है, उसमें वहां के एमपी लास्ट व्यक्ति हैं वहां पर पहुंचने वाला। और काफी सारे केरल में, केरल के बाहर, देश में काफी सारे लोग पूछने लगे हैं कि यहां पर हुआ क्या है और यहां के एमपी का अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्या है।
Politics over human loss aside, veterinarians from the State Animal Husbandry Department were at the spot, rescuing over 100 stranded animals. While thermal scanners are being used to detect survivors, dog squads are deployed to sniff out cadavers, and several earth-moving equipment is in the affected areas.
There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here. But still, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
And NDTV is doing its bit with its Care for Kerala campaign. If you wish to join the initiative and contribute, you can use the details flashing on your screen right there. Contribute as much as you can, or given the fact that it's Kerala's worst ever natural disaster, families have been left bereaved. And moving now to the other big headline at this hour, well, Kamala Harris is officially the Democrat nominee. She will accept the nomination next week. So it's going to be Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. It's been quite historic for Kamala Harris. She will be the first woman of color and the first Asian American to lead a major party ticket. Remember this after Joe Biden withdrew from the US presidential race. In fact, Kamala Harris has reacted to this as well. She says that she is humbled and proud to be the official Democrat nominee and that she will accept the nomination officially next week. It's going to be extremely interesting with the US presidential race being keenly watched across the world. Remember, there have been back-to-back surprises as far as the US presidential elections are concerned. First, of course, Donald Trump's assassination attempt, and then Joe Biden's announcement that he will be quitting the race for the White House, endorsing Kamala Harris there. And Kamala Harris now will be the official Democrat nominee. My colleague Disha Bagchi is now joining us live on the phone lines. Disha, quite historic there, given the fact that she will be the first woman of color, the first Asian American to lead a major party ticket. Also, a lot of interest here back home as well, given the fact that she is a person of Indian origin.
Right, Vedant. Indeed, there's quite a bit of interest and support in India behind Kamala Harris. But talking about her nomination, she has secured the required number of votes, which is 2,350 votes needed to secure the Democratic nomination. But she will officially be nominated as the presidential candidate for the party on Monday, when this virtual call will end. So right now she has secured the required number of delegate votes which is needed, and this is, as you mentioned, quite historic, as she is the first woman of color and the first Indian American in US history to secure a major party's presidential nomination. So here back home in India, we're expecting to see reactions from her home state and see how people react. But as you mentioned, she has reacted and she has said that she will humbly accept the nomination. And we are seeing that the Democrat Party in the initial days after President Joe Biden quit the race and endorsed Kamala Harris, while there was support, some of the top voices of the Democrat Party did take some time before showing their endorsement to Harris. But now we're seeing that the party as a whole is coming together to show their support behind Harris. And apart from the party itself, she's also seeing record-breaking funds coming in for her campaign. In July, campaign raised 310 million, which is more than twice of what Trump managed to raise. So indeed, we're seeing quite a lot of support behind her. And just recently, it was also announced that former U.S. President Barack Obama's campaign manager, David Plouffe, is also joining Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign as a senior advisor now. So, lot of support behind Harris, and now it's all eyes on Harris to see how her campaign is going to move forward. We're also seeing a lot of social media activity and a lot of youth support behind Harris, and even latest opinion polls are showing that Harris and Trump are now head-to-head, and Harris has actually managed to pick up support from some of the key groups that Biden wasn't able to win support from, which is the Hispanic voters, the youth voters. So yes, all eyes now on Harris to see once she's nominated as the official presidential candidate for the Democrat Party, where her campaign is going. And then the last 80 days left for this U.S. elections race. So back to you.
As you mentioned, Disha, the last phases of the campaign, but how do you see the Democrat campaign now taking shape? Do you see it picking up pace? Because, of course, it has had several setbacks in the past couple of months. And Donald Trump says that he already has a plan ready for Kamala Harris. I believe we've lost that line with Disha Bakshi there. We'll try and reconnect with her. But as I was mentioning, and as Disha has also been reporting, that now is when, it's almost like a race against time for the Democrats, given the fact that it's just 80 days to go for the crucial November election, and there have been several setbacks for the Democrats in the past couple of months as well. But moving now, I'm being joined by Nick Harper, who's a FSN correspondent. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Nick, thanks very much for being with us. How do you see this announcement? Kamala Harris is officially now the Democrat nominee, though of course she will be accepting the nomination next week. But it's going to be historic given the fact that she is the first woman of color, the first Asian American to lead a major party ticket.
Yeah, quite incredible. I mean, Kamala Harris is someone who throughout her career has continued to make history. And here she is once again becoming, for the very first time, the first female person of colour to top a ticket, and importantly, the first Indian American to top a ticket for a major national party. It's huge news, but of course not unexpected, because there was no one else challenging her for the nominee position. But I think what is interesting to note, this was a virtual roll call that began on Thursday. It was going to run all the way through till Monday, and in the space of just over 24 hours, she has already reached the position of getting enough delegates to become the nominee. The Democratic National Committee chairperson, Jamie Harrison, has called that simply outstanding. And I think that reflects the momentum and the enthusiasm that we've seen in the Democratic Party in the last 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks, since Joe Biden dropped out of the race. There has been this real rallying around Kamala Harris as the new candidate and now nominee of the party. That enthusiasm has been at a grassroots level, but it's also been at the highest level of government, with lawmakers on Capitol here in Washington rallying around her. So yes, she's now the official nominee, making history, but bear in mind she could make history again in November, because if after that November 5th election, if she were to win, she'd become the first female president of the United States as well.
Totally fascinating there, Kamala Harris's journey. Thanks very much, Nick, for being with us. So, of course, this is a story we've been tracking very closely, and we will continue to track very, very closely. The race for the White House becoming extremely interesting. But that will take us a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute.